Chapter 21-24. Intense winds were howling in his ears. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was flying rapidly in immemorial white heaven. He was invisible, and when others looked from the outside, they could only see a blurry silhouette moving rapidly. The only special thing was that there was a clear high temperature on his path, but it was soon blown away by the wind. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had rank 8 cultivation level, but in an environment like immemorial white heaven, he had to be careful. If he acted arrogantly, he would attract the attention of immemorial desolate beasts. Especially those fire path immemorial desolate beasts, they were very interested in Fire Plane Grotto Lord. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had his own methods, but he did not have the mood to look for trouble now. If he wanted to hunt immemorial desolate beasts in immemorial white heaven, he needed to plan carefully and make preparations in advance. Fire Plane Grotto Lord returned to Fire Plane Grotto Heaven as he inspected himself. The ant plague in his body was already suppressed. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven had suffered from this disaster long ago. The goo immortals inside were naturally infected by this vicious method. Poison Path was contagious and concealed. It was reasonable for the Righteous Chi Alliance to invite Poison Path experts to participate in the research. The situation is finally under control, but Fire Plane Grotto Heaven is still in deep trouble. We need a large amount of contribution points to save it. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was deeply worried. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven suffered huge losses this time. Inside the Grotto Heaven, the largest fire beard grassland was completely destroyed. It had turned into ruins. The fire beard grass that had abundant life force was gone. Even its roots that were hidden in the soil were gone. The vermilion flame wolves and red-bearded horses that lived in the grassland were almost wiped out. The ant plague was rampant, devouring these wolves and horses. Not even their bones were left. Our clan's losses are already so severe, but we still have to fork out a huge sum of money for disaster relief. Fire Plane Grotto Lord frowned deeply. The Righteous Chi Alliance's members had paid such a huge price to finally have some results. They could suppress lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Even blood brothers had to settle their debts, not to mention a shallow alliance like the Righteous Chi Alliance. In order to survive and resist the powerful Feng Yuan, Wu Shuai, and the Variant Human Alliance, they had no choice but to create the Righteous Chi Alliance. Since the Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had paid a huge price, they naturally wouldn't hand over the fruits of their labor for free. According to the rules of the Righteous Chi Alliance, the Fire Plane Cave Master would first have to offer up a large number of resources or valuable true teachings in exchange for contributions, and then these contributions would be used to save the Fire Plane Cave. But if he didn't do that, what else could he do? The Fire Plane Grotto Master sighed deeply in his heart. He was full of worries about the present and the future. This is only the first time that Devil, Feng Yuan, has made a move. I'm afraid that this is just a test, but it has already caused great damage to our clan. I'm sure he'll do it a second and a third time. Feng Yuan has the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and can annex rank 8 Grotto Heavens. The Grotto Heavens of the Alien Alliance were decreasing one by one. During this period of time, he had devoured many of them. My clan's Fire Plane Heavenly Abode is definitely his prey. No, to be more precise, all the Grotto Heavens in the Black and White Heavens have already become his food. Ever since Feng Yuan annexed Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and Time Difference Grotto Heaven, he had not stopped annexing other Grotto Heavens. The Alien Alliance had already been subdued by him. They could only watch as their Grotto Heavens were devoured, unable to do anything to Feng Yuan. Many of them were resentful that their homeland was annexed by Feng Yuan, but they did not dare to voice their anger. The annexation of Grotto Heavens could not be concealed. The commotion was too great. Thus, the Fire Plane Grotto Master and the rest knew about this. The enemy is too strong. The Righteous Chi Alliance is clearly at a disadvantage. They cannot win. Their only advantage is in management. Fire Plane Grotto Master analyzed. The Grotto Heavens of the two heavens had limited space. After countless years of development and accumulation, they had already reached their current state. Their potential for development had been exhausted. But Eastern Sea was vast. Even if these Grotto Heavens were added together, they could not compare to Eastern Sea's vastness and wealth. This advantage was the righteous Qi Alliance's confidence in resisting the alien alliance. After all, even though the latter occupied Xia clan's territory, it was only a corner of Eastern Sea. In this aspect, the righteous Qi Alliance had a clear advantage. We have this advantage. Fang Yuan also saw this, so he used a compound killer move to weaken us. He will not stop using his methods. By then, all of us Gu immortals in the two heavens will be his main targets. When will this day come to an end? Suddenly, the scene in front of Fire Plane Grotto Master changed drastically. Blue fog appeared around him, shrouding him. Fire Plane Grotto Master quickly stopped moving, activating his defensive and investigative methods. But at the next moment, his expression changed. Battlefield killer move. Who dares to attack a member of my righteous Qi Alliance? Come out, don't play tricks. Fire Plane Grotto Master shouted. However, the only response he got was a burst of childish laughter. The laughter surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Master. Even this rank 8 Gu immortal could not tell where the voice came from. Suddenly, a child silently sneaked out from the blue mist that filled the sky. He stretched out a chubby hand, quickly reaching towards Fire Plane Grotto Master's back. Fire Plane Grotto Master had already activated his investigative killer move. Even though this killer move's investigative range was suppressed by the battlefield killer move to less than half of its original range. But it was enough for Fire Plane Grotto Master to discover the child's attack. However, Fire Plane Grotto Master was too slow. The mysterious child succeeded. Fire Plane Grotto Master grunted. He was hit. But at the next moment, Fire Plane Grotto Master attacked fiercely. Sparks flew as the mysterious child exploded on the spot. The child died without any flesh or blood. He turned back into a lump of blue fog. This mysterious child is created from the battlefield. Thankfully, his attacks are not strong. My defensive killer move has also been suppressed. It is not even half as strong as before. Fire Plane Grotto Master started to feel anxious. He had to break this battlefield killer move as soon as possible. Even if he could not, he had to create an opening to ask for help. Fire Plane Grotto Master started to use his methods to attack the surroundings, trying to break the battlefield. But it was useless. His methods were useless. The surrounding blue fog seemed to be endless. From time to time, mysterious children would appear from the blue fog. They were male and female, all with blue pupils. They surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Master and continued to attack. Fire Plane Grotto Master could clearly sense their appearance, but he could not kill them in advance. They could only hit him each time. This battlefield seems to be a wisdom path battlefield. It is affecting my thoughts, causing me to be a step slower each time. I cannot attack in advance and stop them by killing. Fire Plane Grotto Master was thinking when his expression suddenly changed. He sensed that a fire path immortal Gu in his immortal aperture was stolen by the mysterious child. Fire Plane Grotto Master quickly attacked this child, but the surrounding blue fog surged and swept away the exposed fire path immortal Gu. Fire Plane Grotto Master chased for a while but could not find it. Oh no, this battlefield is theft path. These mysterious children's attacks can steal the immortal Gu in my immortal aperture. I cannot stay here for long. There is great danger. Originally, Fire Plane Grotto Master felt that even though these mysterious children could not be defended against, their attacks were not strong, he could last for a long time. But after this change, the Fire Plane Cave Master was horrified. All the hair on his body stood up, and his expression became extremely ugly. He also had a rather bad guess in his heart. This is a compound battlefield of Theft Path and Wisdom Path. It definitely includes Theft Path and Wisdom Path. I have never heard of such a compound killer move. If this is a new killer move, then the killer move's owner is most likely. Fire Plane Grotto Master thought of a name. His heart shook uncontrollably. Just this name made him break out in cold sweat. He thought that he had guessed wrongly, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. Fate was so cruel. Gue Fang Yuan. Fire Plane Grotto Master sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared with wide eyes, looking at Fang Yuan blankly with a pale expression. The number 1 demon of the current era had appeared in front of him with a smile. This is my new killer move, how is its quality? Fire Plane Grotto Master, hand over your immortal goo and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, I will allow you to surrender. Fang Yuan said calmly. The surrounding blue fog surrounded him, making his smile seem somewhat eerie. This battlefield killer move was Fang Yuan's latest creation. Fang Yuan had extended his demonic claws into the domain of battlefield killer moves. It was very effective. This time, the killer move used Sneak Attack Immortal Goo as the core. It was a compound battlefield killer move of Wisdom Path, Theft Path, Refinement Path, Time Path, and other paths. This time, after obtaining Fire Plane Grotto Master's route from Qi Si Ancestor, Fang Yuan had been waiting. He used this method to see the effect of this new killer move. Gyue, Fang Yuan, I am not your match. Your request, let me think about it. Fire Plane Grotto Master's voice was hoarse. He lowered his head. But at the next moment, from Fire Plane Grotto Master's body, a blazing red flame burst out. Immortal killer move, Furious Red Heart Flame. Fang Yuan. Within the flame, Fire Plane Grotto Master shouted, Don't force me. With just a thought, my goo worms and the resources in my immortal aperture will be burned by this flame. Let me go. Let me live. Let me leave this battlefield. Only then can I give my goo worms to you. Fire Plane Grotto Master had a twisted expression. He knew Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and ruthlessness. He was trying to use this method to survive. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly, You think I care about your immortal goo? Or the resources in your immortal aperture? Hee, go ahead and burn them. If you can burn your entire immortal aperture, I will show you how capable you are. Fang Yuan, however, did not make a move personally. His figure dissipated in the vast blue fog. Soon after, a large number of blue-eyed children came out one after another, continuously attacking the Fire Plane Cave Master. Chapter 21-25. The empty immortal aperture floated in the air. Before it could open and absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi, Fang Yuan grabbed it. This was an immortal killer move. It could capture and relocate the immortal aperture. It originated from Blazing Heaven Demoness Flaming Hand killer move. As for now, this method had already been modified by Fang Yuan into a compound killer move. Its power rose sharply and its effect became even more shocking. Next, Fang Yuan stopped the compound battlefield killer move and used heaven and earth travel to leave. Soon, the immortal aura leaked and attracted many ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could not conceal his aura yet. He was not good at it. After arriving at a safe corner, Fang Yuan tossed Fire Plane Grotto Lord's immortal aperture into the sky. This was a rank 8 Grotto Heaven. It was attached to the 2 heavens and would not fall into the 5 regions. The Grotto Heaven's entrance opened and started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi. It quickly settled down and stabilized at this spot. Fang Yuan did not move forward. He only sent his subordinates in his immortal aperture to search the Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan had annexed some Grotto Heavens during this period of time. His Dao marks had increased greatly. If he entered this unstable Grotto Heaven, it would definitely explode. Not long after his subordinates returned, they did not bring back immortal goo and few immortal materials. Flames are burning everywhere. Everything has been destroyed. Only these are left. Please forgive us, Master. The newly born heavenly spirit is also actively destroying everything in the Grotto Heaven. This seems to be the obsession of that rank 8 Goo Immortal. The subordinate Goo Immortal reported. Fang Yuan did not care. He let them return to the sovereign immortal aperture. After the Grotto Heaven stabilized, Fang Yuan started to forcefully annex this Grotto Heaven. Even if the heavenly spirit was unwilling, Fang Yuan had methods to suppress it. He had already modified them into compound killer moves. The domain that Fang Yuan modified into compound killer moves could only be used in normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves. When activating normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves, the goo worms used were all in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With the support of unrestrained heavenly mark, the power of compound killer moves could be unleashed. Ancient battle formations, current goo formations, and immortal goo houses all used goo worms in the outside world. Without the unrestrained heavenly mark environment, Even if these methods were modified into compound killer moves, they had no practical value. Feng Yuan annexed Grotto Heavens as he recalled the previous battlefield compound killer moves. This killer moves offense was not enough. Its strength lay in the cooperation between Wisdom Path and Theft Path. But in practice, this battlefield killer moves effect was not very good. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was only an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal, but Feng Yuan had only stolen one Immortal Gu from him. Immortal Gu were too easy to destroy. A Gu Immortal could self-destruct with just a thought. Even if Feng Yuan used his Wisdom Path methods to their limits, he could only disrupt the speed of a rank 8's thoughts. He could not obstruct all of his thoughts. It was extremely difficult to achieve this step, unless there was a huge gap in strength. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was a rank 8 Gu Immortal after all. He had dense Dao marks, he had a natural defense. Furthermore, he had a proper defensive killer move. In all of history, there were almost no Wisdom Path Gu Immortals who could do this to other rank 8 Gu Immortals. If one were to count, Peeping Gentleman, Sect Leader Mei, and the Steward had such achievements. Many of them had special situations that could not be replicated, but there were only 5 of them. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not one of them. Of course, it was unknown whether she could do it or not. After all, there were no clear records in history. This showed that to completely suppress the thoughts of a rank 8 Gu Immortal and make them unable to resist, even if it was for a short period of time, it was extremely difficult. The strongest method that Wisdom Path Gu Immortals used against their enemies was emotion. Thoughts, wills, emotions, these were the 3 elements of Wisdom Path cultivation. This way, Feng Yuan's compound battlefield killer move was not very practical. Feng Yuan needed to modify it further. Even the best theory needed to be tested in practice. Like a combat system. It was rather difficult to build a combat system behind closed doors for no reason. There needed to be strong and qualified opponents, or an intense battle of life and death to test whether a combat system was good or not. Thus, while Feng Yuan was thinking about his combat system, he felt gratitude towards Duke Long, Spectral Soul, and the others. Precisely because of them, Feng Yuan had the standard to evaluate and create his combat system. After devouring this rank 8 Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan's Fire Path Dao marks rose by a large amount. Feng Yuan was still not satisfied. He continued to act. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Feng Yuan opened a huge passageway to Fire Plane Grotto Heaven in a simple and direct manner. The heavenly spirit of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was a rabbit. Because it had devoured a 9 heavens fragment, the rabbit heavenly spirit had become muddle-headed. But at this moment, it suddenly jumped around and screamed in fear. The Gu Immortals in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven saw this. They were all shocked and bewildered. The heavenly spirit is muddle-headed, but the previous Grotto Heaven Lords used the killer move Mortal Fire and Smoke to burn it. Compared to the other Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirits, it still has a trace of clarity. As long as the Grotto Heaven faces danger, the heavenly spirit will become restless and use this abnormality to warn us. When the ant plague occurs, the heavenly spirit will feel uneasy. In the Grotto Heaven's history, there have been several disasters. They were either immemorial desolate beast attacks or huge fires that caused the heavenly spirit to feel uneasy. But we have never seen the heavenly spirit so restless. It is jumping around and shouting until its voice is hoarse. The more Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's immortals looked at the heavenly spirit, the more uneasy they felt. The heavenly spirit became even more berserk. Its face was filled with fear. It even started to bang its head on a pillar. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit was not a real rabbit. No matter how much it slammed the pillar, it would not faint. Quickly investigate. We need to find out what the danger is. This danger is too great. It might cause our Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to be doomed. Quickly contact the Grotto Heaven Lord. Only he can make such a huge decision. Will the ant plague continue to erupt? Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals were very anxious. They quickly took action. Oh no! Lord Grotto Heaven Lord's Soul Lantern Gu is extinguished. His Life Tablet Gu is also destroyed. What? How can this be? Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's immortals were stunned. Next, they found a huge hole in the sky. Feng Yuan used heaven form. He did not want to conceal it, he used it openly. If Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord was still around, he could use the Grotto Heaven's terrain to resist Feng Yuan and hold on for some time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. But now, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord was dead. Feng Yuan, it is Feng Yuan. Seeing the figure outside the hole, many Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Gu immortals wanted to cry. How did we offend this demon? Even more Gu immortals had pale expressions, their bodies were shivering. Grotto Heaven Lord is dead, it is likely this demon Feng Yuan's doing. What should we do? Everyone, we have already asked for reinforcements from the Righteous Qi Alliance. Now is the time for us to fight with our lives on the line. This is our home, we were born, we grew up in this place, our family and friends live here. We cannot retreat. We can't give up our homeland and let that devil devour it. After the immortals panicked, they mobilized their battle intent. They united and resisted Feng Yuan together. It is a pity that I cannot go in now. Feng Yuan rubbed his chin, looking at the huge hole created by heaven form. He could only stand outside. He had too many Dao marks on him. According to his estimation, even this Fire Plane Grotto Heaven could not hold them. As long as Feng Yuan went in, the conflicting Dao marks would cause countless cracks to appear in this Grotto Heaven. The Fire Path Dao marks would be repelled and scattered. Seeing that the Fire Plane Gu immortals were determined to fight to the death, they flew into the sky and attacked heaven form. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. He opened his immortal aperture. At the next moment, with Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and the rest at the lead, the Gu immortals flew out of the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture, attacking Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. The two Gu immortals engaged in an intense battle. At once, flames flew everywhere. Lightning rumbled. Figures flew around in the sky, splitting and regrouping. The air exploded, killer moves bloomed like fireworks. The lives of the Gu immortals who were caught in the dazzling scene dissipated. Immortal killer move, wondrous hand, profound sound. Fairy Miao Yin wore a pink dress. Her 2 arms were white as snow. The other 6 arms were translucent pink. They were formed from the killer move. The profound sound was graceful, attacking in all directions. Once Fairy Miao Yin arrived, she created a huge battlefield, trapping the 3 rank 7 experts of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. After several rounds, the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were still at a disadvantage. There was a reason why Fairy Miao Yin did not hesitate to expend her primeval essence to fight so desperately. She had once been captured by Shadow Sect. She had no choice but to cooperate and provide clues for Fairy Myrtle to deduce Feng Yuan's whereabouts. Her attitude was in stark contrast to Lady White Rabbit. After returning to Feng Yuan's side, she had been suppressing her anger. She wanted to perform well and make up for her previous mistakes. Fairy Miao Yin wanted to perform. The other Gu immortals also had the same thought. Bing Yuan led the Snowman Gu immortals, using Frost Qi to attack the enemies. Shi Zong commanded the Rockman Gu immortals to summon a large number of meteors, causing the enemies to be distracted. Inkman Gu immortal Mo Tan Sang also cultivated Qi Path. He waved his hands with vast Qi currents. He attacked with great force. The Fire Plane Gu immortals were unable to maintain their formation. In comparison, the Hairy Man Gu immortals were slightly weaker. After all, almost all of the Hairy Man Gu immortals cultivated Path. But there was no lack of eye-catching performances. For example, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hair was like golden threads. He held a large hammer and charged forward like a fierce general. He had a fierce aura and raised morale. Hair Monster Grotto Lord was covered in black hair. He activated the incomplete Immortal Gu House Black Emperor building and charged forward. He had already crushed a Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Gu immortal to death. Their Golden Fur Grotto Heaven and Hair Monster Grotto Heaven had already been annexed by Feng Yuan, becoming a part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Chapter 21-26. There were also Mushroom Man Gu immortals. Even though Feng Yuan had not annexed the Mushroom Man Blessed Land yet, most of these Mushroom Men were moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The strongest Mushroom Man Gu immortal was Ku Xan Hong. His poison path methods were extraordinary. A moment later, Fire Plain Grotto Heaven's sides started to crumble. Not only did they not have as many people as Fang Yuan's subordinates, their rank 7 experts were also inferior to Fang Yuan's subordinates. Fang Yuan's subordinates chased and killed many of the Fire Plain Gu immortals. Eventually, the remaining few Gu immortals lost their morale. They wanted to surrender but were killed by Fang Yuan's orders. Next was to clean up the battlefield. Fire Plain Grotto Heaven focused on Fire Path. Most of the immortal materials were Fire Path as well. Even though many were lost due to the ant plague, because the Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals tried their best to preserve them, there were still many valuable resources left. For example, there were 28 charcoal lakes. They were scattered all over Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. Every charcoal lake's location was clearly planned meticulously. There were many advantages to it. Fang Yuan had once created a charcoal lake, but his charcoal lake could not even compare to one of Fire Plain Grotto Heaven's. These charcoal lakes were self-circulating, especially the depths of the lakes. They could produce large amounts of immortal material fire charcoal rocks. Other than the charcoal lakes, Fire Plain Grotto Heaven also had a huge forest. Fire Date Forest. Fang Yuan also found several ancient desolate plant giant calamity blazing trees. This number of burning trees made it hard for living beings to get close to them. More importantly, these giant calamity blazing trees would bring countless misfortune to living beings that got close to them. This was a combination of Fire Path and Luck Path immortal material. The two Heavens Grotto Heavens under Fang Yuan had more or less Luck Path immortal materials. Fire Plain Grotto Heaven was no exception. It also had Luck Path immortal materials. Other than these, Fang Yuan also obtained a large number of flames. Most of them were date flames. These flames were red in color, they were grouped together and were very restrained. Even though they were immortal materials, even mortals could hold them with their bare hands. They would not be burned to ashes by the flames. Other than the date flame, there was also the Phoenix Cry Flame, the Black Lantern Flame, the Ivory Flame, the Firefly Flame, the Flying Flame, the Dancing Dragon Snake Flame, and so on. What made Fang Yuan slightly disappointed was that although there were many fire Gu materials, there were no rank 9 heaven, earth, and human fires. The so-called heaven, earth, and human fires were the best of the best. They were the heaven fire Bright Radiance Will Fire, the earth fire Azure Spirit Stone Furnace Fire, and the human fire Raging Waves Rising Dragon Fire. After calculating the immortal materials, they started to calculate the immortal Gu. There were few immortal Gu gains, only 3. A Fire Path immortal Gu, it was heavily injured, it was a Gu worm that was released outside. Bing Yuan managed to obtain it by luck. The other 2 were Ant immortal Gu. One had a metallic luster, it was as large as a hill and looked like red copper. The other was as small as a finger, and its body was greatly elongated. It was as soft as a long strip of white flour. The red copper immortal ant could shoot out fireballs, while the white-faced immortal ant could produce a large number of ants. These were the products of lingering poisonous ant plague. The ants devoured the Gu materials in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. They would continue to refine themselves. Originally a mortal Gu, it could eventually be refined into an immortal Gu. But as for what kind of immortal Gu it was, even Fang Yuan could not estimate it. But from these 2 ants, he could vaguely see their original appearance. The red copper fire ant should have been an arrow ant. The arrow ant could shoot out spikes from its mouth. After shooting out 3 spikes, the arrow ant would become extremely weak. It could not even defeat a worker ant. The white-faced immortal ant should be an ant queen. The ant queen was huge, it had no offensive or defensive abilities, but it could quickly eliminate worker ants, soldier ants, arrow ants, armor ants, and many other ants. Army ants were vicious insects in essence, but their strength could be raised from ordinary beast level to beast king level, to desolate beast level, ancient desolate beast level, and finally immemorial desolate beast level. Like the dark web spiders in the river of time, they were immemorial desolate beasts. The tiger-striped bees recorded in the legends of Rinzhu were also immemorial desolate beasts. But after Wu Shuai's modifications, the lingering poisonous ant plague's ants had undergone a qualitative change. They had all become Gu worms. Even though Gu worms ate food, They were carriers of Dao mark fragments. The value of a mortal ant goo far surpassed an ordinary insect ant. These ant goo were all strong, they had vigorous life force and were aggressive. 100 ant goo could easily slaughter 100 ants of the same rank. Most goo worms were very fragile, they could be crushed with a pinch. But there were some goo worms that had hard shells and strong life force. For example, the chainsaw golden centipede that Fang Yuan had once used. The chainsaw golden centipede had two main paths of advancement. One was the rank 4 lightning tooth killer centipede, the other was the Vajra flying centipede. It had ranks 3, 4, and 5. When goo masters activated these two, goo worms would fly out, the former would kill the enemy, while the latter would pierce through the skin and bones, drilling into the body to wreak havoc. At immortal goo level, there were also such goo worms. For example, the sword-legged dragon centipede goo. The rank 7 sword-legged dragon centipede goo was 7 li long. It had the body of a centipede and the head of a dragon. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes all over the ancient desolate beast's body. It was very ferocious. Wu Shui raised the essence of army ants from insects to goo. It greatly expanded their potential. But this method had a huge flaw. The first flaw was that the expenditure was too high. Originally, insects and ants only needed to pay some resources to reproduce. But now, to create goo ants, they needed to expend goo materials to refine them. Other than that, goo ants also needed to be fed. The cost of feeding goo worms was many times higher than feeding insects and ants. The second flaw was rank 6 and above. Because immortal goo were unique, there could be many desolate beast-level ants of the same species, but immortal goo were unique, there could only be one immortal goo. If there were not many ant-immortal goo, the army ants would instead have the essence of the previous insect group. They would be easier to form and be superior. However, if I use this method, the new army ants will also have a certain scale. Fang Yuan observed the red copper fire ant and white-faced queen ant as he pondered. These two ants were indeed immortal goo, but Fang Yuan could not replicate them. He did not know the specific immortal goo recipe. These ant goo devoured goo materials and even immortal materials in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven to advance. The scale of the ant plague was huge. It spread throughout the whole of Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, but only 2 immortal goo ants were produced. Lingering poisonous ant plague contained refinement path profundities. It was the peak of the current hairy man nature goo refinement method. Nature goo refinement method used the natural Dao marks of the outside world to assist in the goo refinement. It greatly increased the success rate. The moment Fang Yuan created lingering poisonous ant plague, his attainment in nature goo refinement method had already surpassed long hair ancestor. These ants were able to advance not only because of the goo materials from the outside world, but also because Fang Yuan expended his own unrestrained heavenly marks. Long hair ancestor did not have unrestrained heavenly marks. Using lingering poisonous ant plague, I can nurture a large number of immortal goo ants. As long as the number is large and the resources are expended, there will be an endless supply of ants. Even though immortal goo are unique, having red copper fire ant does not mean I cannot produce red copper water ant, golden fire ant, and other goo. As long as there was a slight difference, the immortal goo would be different too. Fang Yuan deduced, he felt that the crucial obstacle was not the uniqueness of immortal goo, but the resources. Using this method to nurture immortal goo ants would expend too much resources. To refine 2 rank 6 immortal goo, red copper fire ant and white-faced ant queen, the resources used in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven were enough to create more than 10 rank 7 immortal goo. The resource utilization was too low. Other than immortal materials and immortal goo, there were also some goo cultivation inheritances among the spoils of battle. The most valuable was Fire Plain True Inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain it from Fire Plain Grotto Lord, he had the original copy in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. Fire Plain True Inheritance was a high-grade Fire Path True Inheritance. One of its killer moves, Furious Red Heart Flame, was very profound. It was the move that Fire Plane Grotto Lord had used earlier to force Fang Yuan to let him go, but in the end, he committed suicide. There was also the Human World Fireworks. It was a fire path killer move that simulated the effect of human path. It was very valuable to Fang Yuan. Master, what do we do with these people? A subordinate Gu Immortal asked. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was a human grotto heaven. Over 100 million pure humans lived here. If they were moved into the sovereign immortal aperture, the burden would be huge. Fang Yuan thought about it and ordered plainly, kill them all, use them to create human sea. Thereupon, the variant human Gu Immortals took action, starting a bloody and merciless massacre. Over 100 million humans were slaughtered, their bones, flesh, organs, human souls, and others were all gathered and sorted into the same type of Gu materials before being moved into the sovereign immortal aperture's treasury. Their human chi was all absorbed by human sea. This artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth was obtained by Fang Yuan from Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In the future, after becoming venerable, Fang Yuan would need to break through the heavenly Dao blockade. These human path methods would need to be improved as well. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan annexed these Gu Immortals' immortal apertures one by one. Finally, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. He moved most of the resources in the Grotto Heaven to Mini Red Heaven. Because he had been annexing apertures recently, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had undergone a huge change. Its development rate had risen to 80%. The sovereign immortal aperture's Gu material treasury was already filled to the brim. More than 10 more were added. Be it the Mini 5 regions or the Mini 9 heavens, they had a large number of resource points, hundreds or even thousands of them. After meticulous deductions, Fang Yuan managed to arrange these resources properly. Mini Red Heaven is almost full. The entire sovereign immortal aperture is almost full. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. During this period of time, he felt like a big fatty with an empty stomach, overeating and eating too much at once, causing him to have indigestion. Normally, Gu Immortals cultivated one path. Their immortal aperture had a single environment. It was easy to manage. Most Gu Immortals did not have large apertures. Space Path Gu Immortals usually had the largest apertures. Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths. His immortal aperture's environment was very complex. Resources of all paths could be stored inside. At the same time, his sovereign immortal aperture was the largest. It was unprecedented. Even a venerable's grotto heaven might not be as big as it. Chapter 21-27. Fire path resources could not be too close to water path resources. If they were too close, they would affect each other. Not only would their production decrease, they might even perish. But it was not good to gather all the fire path and water path resources together. Because the fire path resource points affected each other, they were not all living in harmony. Moreover, there were many immortal materials, like giant disaster blazing wood, which had fire path and luck path Dao marks. Many Gu cultivation resources had 2 or more types of Dao marks. Some resource points that produced immortal materials needed a large area of ordinary Gu materials to be produced. Some resources required special wind and water to be watered. There were also resources that could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. For example, Frost Ice Flame needed to produce a fire path immortal material from a place with dense ice and snow Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foresight. Long ago, when he annexed immortal apertures, he split them up and distributed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture. All in all, Fang Yuan was imitating the structure of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. For example, Mini Southern Border was mountainous. Fang Yuan placed his earth path resources there. Or for example, Mini Red Heaven was fire path. Fang Yuan placed most of his fire path resources there. Fang Yuan could feel the profundity of the 5 regions and 9 heavens structure now. According to this structure, he could divide the resources into different categories. It could reduce the amount of deductions he had to make. He could easily control the negative effects of these resource points. But it was far from enough. Every time Fang Yuan annexed a grotto heaven, the Dao marks of a certain path would increase sharply. The increase in Dao marks would last for a long time. it would affect the entire sovereign immortal aperture. The last time he annexed Qi Xiang's Qi Si Grotto Heaven, the sovereign immortal aperture's Qi path Dao marks increased sharply. Qi currents were produced everywhere in the immortal aperture. There was the most heaven and earth Qi. The sovereign immortal aperture did not need to open its entrance to absorb heaven and earth Qi from the outside world. Next were profound Yin Qi, luck Qi, blood Qi, earth Qi, astral Qi, tyrannical Qi, life Qi, death Qi, righteous Qi, orchid life Qi, autumn old Qi, and other immortal materials. Dao marks affected every corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. The empty areas of the sovereign immortal aperture would gradually produce resources. First, mortal goo materials. After accumulating, the quantity would trigger a qualitative change, turning into immortal goo materials. These resources were naturally formed because of the Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture was gradually filled up like this, reaching its current 80% development. In addition to producing resources, the surge in Dao marks would also have an impact on the existing resources. This time, after Fang Yuan devoured Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and the others, his Fire Path Dao marks increased by a large amount. The temperature of the entire immortal aperture rose. Many water path and wood path resource points would be greatly impacted. The metal Dao was austere. If the Dao marks increased explosively, it would quickly produce large amounts of minerals in the soil, causing the soil to deteriorate and affecting the forest above. The number of water path Dao marks increased, the amount of rain increased, and if the rain continued, it might even form a huge flood. With the increase in poison path Dao marks, some viruses and plagues that were previously limited to a small area would now erupt violently and spread rapidly, covering a large area. With the increase of transformation path Dao marks, many life forms started to mutate, their forms and temperament would change, causing their original race to suffer a calamity. Thus, recently, the sovereign immortal aperture was not peaceful. From time to time, strange things would happen. For example, not long ago, Yuqin Feng had appeared in the small eastern sea. The Qin Feng blew dust everywhere, causing small islands to form on the surface of the sea. But within the range of the Qin Feng, these sea areas did not need islands. The earth path Dao marks on the islands would obstruct and suppress the waves, while the soul path Dao marks on the islands would kill the weak life forms in the sea area, gradually forming soul beasts and changing the ecology. Fang Yuan first suspected two neighboring sea areas. They were at the center of the Qin Feng Sea. They were the biggest suspects for the formation of the Qin Feng Sea. But after some tests and deductions, Fang Yuan found that the two sea areas were very far away from each other. Their Dao marks interacted with each other. It was as if they were resonating with each other, creating the Qin Feng Sea between the two. As for wild beasts that mutated, beast groups that were heavily injured, plagues that spread wildly, or veins that invaded the Rockman's territories, forests that caught on fire for no reason, icebergs that fell from the sky, and so on, they were all happening one after another. The Gu immortals who were defending their respective areas were extremely busy. They took action everywhere to make up for the situation. Fang Yuan's main body also took action frequently. He set up immortal formations around the important resource points. It was like he was patching them up. The unstable factors caused by the increase in Dao marks can only be slowly digested over time. The sovereign immortal aperture's environment will continue to change and gradually accept it. Originally, the sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space and sparse resources. It was hard for them to influence and interact with each other. But now, the sovereign immortal aperture is already 80% developed. There are too many resource points and the distance between them is too short. The interaction between them is not purely two aspects. They are all affecting each other and mixing together. What's worse is that I use time difference Grotto Heavens method to create a year essence subpool and create a time path subpool. The time flow is different in different places. It makes my deductions more complicated. If I add more immortal materials in the future, the difficulty of this deduction will increase by 100 times. It will far surpass my deduction ability. The difficulty of this deduction was increasing exponentially. Fang Yuan felt helpless. And even if I get the result, I will need to adjust the original resource points. Every adjustment is like a major surgery. It consumes a lot of resources, time, and energy. I'm afraid that 80% is my limit. After realizing this, Fang Yuan looked at the 5 regions and 2 heavens and could not help but feel admiration. The space of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was much larger than the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, each of its resource points was just right. They interacted with each other in a stable and harmonious manner. Even when the 5 regional walls disappeared and the earth veins and heaven veins merged, these resource points were not affected much. They were not affected much. I understand this is Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook. He deeply understood the principle of balance in Heaven Dao. If my Heaven Dao attainment level could rise to master level, I would be able to resolve my current predicament. I would be able to continue developing the sovereign immortal aperture. It is a pity. In history, there had never been anyone who cultivated Heaven Dao, even limitless demon venerable who created unrestrained heavenly mark cultivated rule path. As for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he cultivated Earth Path. Fang Yuan was likely to be the Gu cultivator who had the deepest understanding of Heaven Dao. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to check his luck. He saw that on the silver-white light pillar, there were still 3 different colored clouds. They were all getting bigger. Meanwhile, the silver-white light pillar that represented Fang Yuan had expanded by more than 4 times. Originally, it looked thin and long, but now, it was emitting a thick feeling. This was because he had just annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Because Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord all had luck, after Fang Yuan slaughtered them and annexed many Grotto Heavens, his luck was greatly expended. After some time, Fang Yuan's luck would recover even more. According to the increase in luck, Fang Yuan was clearly superior. It seems that my strategy of resting was correct. My development has far surpassed the 3 venerables during this period of time. Fang Yuan pondered. He acutely realized that even though his silver-white light pillar expanded by more than 4 times, it was not as condensed as before. It was very loose. The silver-white light was also not as clear as before. The reason why my silver-white light pillar expanded so much is because I annexed many grotto heavens. My foundation rose sharply again and again. Other than that, I created and modified many compound killer moves. My time path clone also refined many rank 8 immortal Gu. But these things are only quantitative. There is no qualitative change. They are very loose. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture is very unstable. The resources have not fused together yet. I only used my methods to forcefully put them together. If I am not careful, it will lead to a disaster and huge losses, causing my luck to fall. And even though I have more rank 8 immortal Gu and compound killer moves, I do not have a combat system to organize them. I am unable to form a cohesive whole. Thus, the silver-white light pillar is loose. Fang Yuan felt the beauty of luck path cultivation again. Through luck inspection, he could not only understand his current situation, he could also find out his flaws and weaknesses. Next, he had a direction to cultivate. Fang Yuan looked at the luck of his clones. Qi Si Ancestor, Zhan Budu, Meng Qiu Zhen, and the rest's luck rose slightly. Their connection with Fang Di Chang also became clearer. But Wu Shuai's ant dragon luck was in a disorganized state. It was showing signs of breaking apart. What is going on? Don't tell me, after creating lingering poisonous ant plague, there is a negative change? Fang Yuan quickly denied this guess. He was very puzzled. Among the doppelgangers, Wu Shuai's situation was the most stable. Qi Si Ancestor's identity was exposed. Meng Qiuzhen explored dream realms. They were filled with danger and fortuitous encounters. Zhan Budu had already been arranged by Fang Yuan to hide in a foreign land. Li Xiaobai was only a mortal Gu master. He had no choice. The time path clone was using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine rank 8 immortal Gu, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level. If there was a mishap, he would die from the backlash. Even though Wu Shuai was actively looking for a way to grow stronger, he was mainly in charge of the variant human alliance's governance. How could there be danger? And this danger was a huge danger that could cost him his life. Central continent. Deep in a cave, An elderly Gu immortal with a brandy nose laughed loudly. I am finally here, my days of sleepless nights were not in vain. In front of him was a Gu immortal rank 8 true inheritance. The sleeping will woke up, he looked at the elderly Gu immortal. Future person, if you want to accept our true inheritance, you have to agree to a condition. What condition? The elderly Gu immortal squinted as he asked. Chapter 21-28. The elderly Gu immortal's eyelids twitched. He had already guessed it. He said, so Senior is green antiseptic, Senior's wife must be Senior Wine Fairy? The Gu immortal will nodded. Indeed. The elderly Gu immortal let out a breath of air. To speak the truth, this junior is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Zue Xianweng. It has been more than 1,000,000 years since the two of you passed away. The Gu immortal Will was slightly dazed, sighing, so many years have passed. Back then, to prevent that traitorous disciple from plundering us, we hid our inheritance in an extremely secretive manner. To think that it backfired on us, that traitorous disciple is already dead, right? After pausing for a moment, the Gu immortal Will thought of something and said, wait, Zue Xianweng, put down your defensive method and let me detect your lie. How do I know that you're not a subordinate of my evil disciple and that you're here to deceive me? Zue Xianweng hesitated for a moment, but he still restrained his thoughts of directly taking action, because he did not have any confidence in the arrangements here. He told the truth, I'm not sure if Marshal Wu is dead or not. It's like this. Zue Xianweng quickly explained the current situation. Green Ant Ascetic's consciousness was stunned again and again. How did the world become like this? Was this still the Celestial Court? Fate Gu was actually destroyed. Guyue Feng Yuan. It was hard to imagine that such a great devil had actually appeared in the world. It was truly a misfortune for the common people. Green Ant Ascetics will took a long time to accept this reality. I didn't expect a world with more than 1,000,000 people to become like this. Fate Immortal Gu was destroyed, Duke Long also lost. Whether that Wu Shuai is the reincarnation of my traitorous disciple or a clone of Feng Yuan is no longer important. Since Feng Yuan inherited the Dragon Palace, he has to bear the consequences. Green Ant Ascetic was determined. Then, Zue Xianweng, are you willing to deal with Feng Yuan for this legacy? Green Ants will asked one last time. Zue Xianweng remained silent for a long time. In the end, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he said, Junior is willing. Alright, then let's set the contract first. Zue Xianweng swore an oath according to Green Ant's will. Accept this inheritance. This inheritance contains the killer move Golden Goblet Drunken Wine that the two of us created with all our effort. The Golden Goblet sinks Green Ants, Drunken Dragon Chi disperses. The army ants were created by me, and they have a weakness that I have deeply hidden. That traitorous disciple of mine did not know about it at all. As long as I use this Golden Goblet Drunkenness killer move, the army ants will fall into chaos and devour their master. Most importantly, this killer move is a food path killer move. Ordinary people cannot guard against it. So Senior was already prepared. Bright light flashed in Zue Xianweng's eyes. I cannot stay here for long, Senior. Please move your will into my immortal aperture. You can slowly tell me what you need to do. All right. The green ants will flew into Zue Xianweng's immortal aperture. The latter received the inheritance and immediately left. Zue Xianweng only took a quick glance at the contents of the inheritance and could not help but feel delighted. This inheritance included Green Ant Ascetic's Enslavement Path True Inheritance as well as Wine Fairy's Food Path True Inheritance. The Enslavement Path True Inheritance was not very valuable to Zue Xianweng, but the Yijio True Inheritance was priceless. My hard work was not in vain. I have finally repaid myself. Zue Xianweng's lips curled into a smile. But when he left this place and stepped into the outside world, his expression changed. A battlefield killer move had already been set up. It activated and enveloped Zue Xianweng. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling. Zue Xianweng was shocked to find that the people surrounding him were Celestial Court Gu immortals. The leading female immortal had a tall nose bridge, thin lips and long eyes. She wore golden armor and had long legs. She wore a white cloak and had a noble aura that could not be offended. She was the current leader of Celestial Court, Luck Path Rank 8 Great Expert, Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xianwang's heart fell to rock bottom, cold sweat poured out of his body. I am going to die this time. A thought flashed in his mind. Zui Xianwang gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. I am willing to offer up my entire inheritance to make a contribution to the righteous path. Qin Ding Ling laughed heartily, saying with a heroic spirit, Green Ant ascetic and wine fairies' inheritances are good, but is my celestial court greedy? We have been the leader of the righteous path for over 3 million years, the #1 superforce in the world. Since you are fated with this inheritance, it is yours. If you are willing, sit down and have a cup of tea. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling sat cross-legged in the air, taking out a cushion, a tea table and a cup. Zui Xianwang braced himself and sat down. Qin Ding Ling personally poured tea for him. The fragrance of tea permeated the air, but Zui Xianwang's heart was as cold as ice. His body was shivering as cold sweat accumulated. What kind of person was Qin Ding Ling? She actually treated an Eastern Sea lone cultivator like Zui Xianwang with such respect. She was so courteous, her motive was definitely not small. Please have a drink. Qin Ding Ling stretched out her hand and smiled. Zui Xianwang braced himself and took a sip before putting down the teacup, forcing himself to remain calm as he asked, I wonder what Lady Qin Ding Ling wants? The smile at the corner of Qin Ding Ling's mouth widened. She slowly said, Haven't you already guessed why I'm here? Zui Xianwang, you are a smart person. No need to be so pessimistic. Even though the demonic path is rising and righteous path is declining, it is only temporary. Looking at the millions of years of history, the righteous path has the upper hand most of the time. The demonic path can only survive in a corner. This is a special era. There will always be some monsters causing trouble. Don't be fooled by their arrogance. They are only the pioneers of the king. They are only paving the way for venerables. Zui Xianwang lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Ding Ling. He placed his hands on the tea table. He clenched his fists unconsciously. His fists were covered in sweat. The situation is beyond my control. Even if Qin Ding Ling makes any excessive requests, I will have to agree to them. Zui Xianwang sighed in his heart. Qin Ding Ling took out evidence. Not long after, star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive and return to the Celestial Court. She will restore the might of the Celestial Court. Zui Xianwang looked at the evidence and was shocked. Star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive. Qin Ding Ling smiled. Fate Gu has been destroyed. It can naturally revive the dead. Demon Immortal Qiju is an example. He has already been suppressed by my Celestial Court. Even Demon Immortal Qiju can revive, not to mention a venerable. My Celestial Court has 3 venerables. Looking at the world, which superforce can match us? Zui Xianwang was dumbfounded. His heart started to race. He had already decided to agree, but seeing the evidence of star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, the balance in his heart immediately tilted towards the Celestial Court. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, the #1 demon in the world, he only had pseudo-venerable battle strength. He could not compare to a venerable. In the millions of years of human history, only 10 venerables had appeared. Each of them had proven their invincibility. Venerables were invincible. No matter how many pseudo-venerables there were, they could not match a venerable. And Celestial Court undoubtedly had the most venerables: Primordial Origin, Star Constellation, and Genesis Lotus. Other than them, the only other superforce that had venerables was Longevity Heaven. Zui Xianwang's expression gradually calmed down. I am willing to work for Celestial Court. He said solemnly, let's sign the alliance agreement now. Qin Ding Ling waved her hand. No need. What kind of person is that Fang Yuan? He can see through an ordinary alliance agreement. Moreover, you will need to join the Righteous Qi Alliance after returning to Eastern Sea. Not sign the alliance agreement? Zui Xianwang was slightly stunned. Qin Ding Ling continued, make a copy of the true inheritance for me. Celestial Court will try to prepare the corresponding immortal Gu for you. Zui Xianwang was stunned again. He sighed internally. Not signing the alliance agreement and giving me immortal goo? Qin Dingling waved her hand again. You can leave now. This subordinate will take his leave. Zue Xianweng left the battlefield killer move, feeling a little dazed. It was too unbelievable. He was free. But Zue Xianweng felt reverence. He started to revere Celestial Court from the bottom of his heart. This is the magnanimity of the #1 super force in the world. Qin Dingling is not afraid that I will not abide by the alliance agreement. Her attitude shows that she does not care about this inheritance at all. I am just a pawn to her. If I do not abide by this agreement in the future, even if Celestial Court cannot deal with Fang Yuan, can they not deal with me? Zue Xianweng felt a chill in his heart. Looking at his departing figure, Fang Zheng could not help but ask, Lady Qin Dingling, are we letting him go just like that? If he joins Fang Yuan and betrays us, what will happen? Won't we be giving this inheritance to Fang Yuan as well? Won't we give up on restraining Wu Shuai? Fang Zheng seemed to be very familiar with the contents of the inheritance. It turned out that Celestial Court had already found out about this inheritance, but before taking it, Qin Dingling had an intuition. This intuition told her not to take the inheritance immediately. It would be better to wait for 3 days before taking it. Qin Dingling acted according to this intuition. 3 days later, she waited for Zue Xianweng. She immediately understood the meaning of her intuition. Qin Dingling smiled. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture and annexed grotto heavens. He also has Paradise Earth's inheritor and the variant human alliance's support. His progress is unfathomable. Making an alliance agreement with Zue Xianweng will be a huge flaw. However, while Zue Xianweng was drinking tea, I had already secretly taken action and used a method against his luck. This method will make him become enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng was not persuaded. He insisted, even so, I think it is better to monopolize this inheritance and use it as a trump card against Fang Yuan in the future. Zue Xianweng is only a lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling chuckled. You are underestimating Zue Xianweng, and also overestimating the value of this inheritance. Zue Xianweng is a person who knows when to submit and when to stand tall. He is a wise man. He controls one of the 3 pools in the world, Wine Pool, and is a food path expert. This inheritance of his has been passed down steadily. His luck is very deep. Food path is about to rise, and Zue Xianweng cultivates food path. He is almost the representative of this path. This is no small matter. And this inheritance? Qin Dingling shook her head. In my opinion, the most valuable thing is not golden bottle drunken wine killer move, but that human path immortal goo recipe of the drunkard. Green Ant Ascetic and Wine Fairy created this inheritance together. There was a human path immortal goo recipe. Drunkard goo. Chapter 21-29. Fang Zheng blinked, understanding a little. Lord means that even if golden bottle drunken wine is effective and kills Wu Shuai, it will only kill one of Fang Yuan's clone. It will not deal a huge blow to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan Dragon Palace is destroyed now. Wu Shuai's greatest use has already been lost. As for Wine Man Immortal Goo recipe, it is the symbol of human path's prosperity. It is the future strategy of our celestial court. Qin Dingling patted Fang Zheng's shoulder. You are worth teaching. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is not a threat unless he becomes venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable has already been captured in Crazed Demon Cave. The most important thing now is to welcome her back. No matter how much of a commotion Fang Yuan makes, it will only last for a few days. I am not Fang Yuan's match. Celestial Court cannot afford to lose again. Thus, I have been putting up with Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance. Right now, we need to use all our strength to fight in Crazed Demon Cave. It will not be easy to bring back the Star Venerable. We need to conserve our strength and focus on this. As long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable enters Celestial Court again, even if there are 10 more Fang Yuans, they will not be able to do anything. Yes, Lord is right. Towards Qin Dingling's strategy, Fang Zheng did not refute it, nor did he have any doubts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, History had already proven her contributions. After primordial origin immortal venerable, she stabilized the gains of humanity. She also carried on and expanded the cause of humanity's rise from central continent to the other 4 regions. Before her death, she schemed against the 3 demon venerables. When the 3 venerables attacked Celestial Court, she protected Celestial Court. She had made great contributions. Fang Zheng sighed internally. Fang Yuan, I am not your match. The current Celestial Court is also not your match, but there will always be someone who can deal with you. Since ancient times, righteousness has always prevailed. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wants to deal with you, can you resist? You are finished. Although I understand you, I do not sympathize with you. You deserve it. The crimes you've committed are too numerous to list. Fang Yuan checked the inheritance in his hands. His speed of reading was extremely fast. With Meng Qiuzhen's help in exploring dream realms, his attainment levels of all paths increased at an astonishing rate. In Fang Yuan's eyes, the various legacies that relied on these realms were mostly superficial. Occasionally, there would be some that would make his eyes light up. These inheritances mainly came from Qi Si Ancestor and the variant Human Alliance. Because of the Qi Tide, the inheritances that were exposed in East Sea were basically all gathered into Fang Yuan's hands. Of course, there were bound to be some peak inheritances that the inheritors had hidden away, not handing them over. Fang Yuan didn't mind. At this point, most of the inheritances in the world were worthless to him. His realm was profound, and he only needed a few breaths to create a superior inheritance. These inheritances were just a small supplement to enrich his theory and knowledge base. Jewel Yellow Skies also has inheritance transactions. This is truly rare. Fang Yuan suddenly thought he could trade most of the inheritances he had. The main purpose of the transactions was not to obtain anything, but to let others obtain suitable inheritances to help them cultivate. Because this was beneficial to Fang Yuan's venerable ascension. Among the 4 conditions to become venerable, one was to break through the Heavenly Tao blockade. The Heavenly Tao emphasized balance. It had always been suppressing Gu immortals and venerables. The more these inheritances spread, the stronger the cultivators, the more effort the Heavenly Tao would have to put in to balance them. This way, when Fang Yuan breaks through to venerable in the future, the Heavenly Tao's blockade would weaken him. Throughout history, there was no lack of proof of this point. The eras of the 10 venerables were filled with countless geniuses. Heroes emerged one after another. There were countless heroes in the sky. Breaking through the Heavenly Tao blockade, other than Luck Path, there is also Human Path. Divine Emperor City is the sacred land of Human Path. If I can obtain the Human Path essence inside, it will be of great help to me. Fang Yuan thought. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. At the entrance of the city's market, a crowd was gathered, watching the performance at the center of the empty space. A middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy body wore beast skin. He held a leather whip in his hand and continuously swung it. The whip lashed in the air, making cracking sounds. And below the whip was a leopard. It kept crouching and jumping along with the sound of the whip. The middle-aged man suddenly put away the whip. He stretched his head into the leopard's wide-open mouth. The leopard opened its mouth. Its sharp teeth were only millimeters away from the middle-aged man's head. The crowd gasped in shock. But the leopard did not bite. The middle-aged man waited patiently for a while before slowly retracting his head. Immediately, thunderous applause resounded. The middle-aged man took out a bronze gong from his back. He walked around the crowd with the back facing up. He walked quickly, holding the bronze gong in his hand as he shouted, "Fellow villagers, if you have money, please support me. If you don't have money, please support me. If you think it is interesting, please reward me a bit more." The middle-aged man's spectacular performance had won everyone's favor. At once, a large number of yuan stones were thrown out, landing on the bronze gong and producing crisp sounds. Not far away, at the upper floor of the tea house, the Human Path Great Expert, Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal Shen Shang, watched in shock. "This is the reason why I invited you here." Fang Dichang sat in front of Shen Shang, drinking tea as he spoke. Shen Shang finally retracted his gaze. "Amazing, amazing. He praised endlessly. So this divine emperor city painting world is so amazing. The middle-aged man was a beast tamer. This profession had never appeared in the painting world before. But when the 10 children of human path led a large group to explore growling beast painting world and returned in defeat, during the process of recuperating, this profession appeared. And in the market, other than the original hero gu, scholar gu, soldier gu, and craftsman gu, another type of gu was added, beast tamer gu. Once beast tamer gu was activated, it could turn into a beast tamer. Beast tamers were the best at restraining wild beasts. They were most skilled at taming wild beasts and using them for their own use. Evidently, this new beast tamer gu was created specifically for growling beast painting world. Who created this new gu worm? Shenshang asked. Fang Dichang shook his head. Beast tamer gu appeared naturally like this. I tried my best to investigate but did not find any target. Shenshang nodded. You are in charge of Beggar Sect. It is already the strongest intelligence-gathering organization. Maybe it is not someone, but this painting world is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Fang Dichang breathed in human will gu, replenishing himself. Now that Beast Tamer gu has appeared, growling beast painting world will be at a disadvantage. It is only a matter of time before it is broken. The most terrifying aspect of human path is probably here. I underestimated this path. Shenshang rubbed the cup with his fingers as he concluded. Now it seems that there are 3 types of human path gu worms. The first type are occupational gu, like craftsman gu, hero gu, and beast tamer gu. The second type are organizational position gu, like your beggar sect gu and elder gu. And the third type are human emotion and human grade gu, like traveling sun gu and doting mother gu. Human emotion and human grade gu? It seems that Brother Shen has made some gratifying gains in your cultivation recently. The classification is very appropriate. Fang Dichang congratulated. Shenshang waved his hand. I am ashamed, I only did some sorting. Traveling sun gu and doting mother gu were once considered to be emotion path gu, but their essence was closer to human path. This situation was very common in the course of history. The essence of gu worms was gradually revealed according to the development of the path. The painting world is truly the sacred land of human path. I am starting to look forward to it. When the 10 children of human path leave this place and bring human path to the gu immortal world of the 5 regions, who knows how much of a commotion and shock it will cause. Many gu worms will be classified as human path. Shenshang said leisurely, I believe that there will definitely be many human path gu worms left in a corner that will be rediscovered by the world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had truly made great contributions. Before him, human path was like the leaves on the tree crown. They were only related to individual gu cultivators. But the painting world that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created was to support and nurture the roots and trunk of the tree that was human path. Human path was no longer a castle in the air, it was a complete system. It had the most basic roots, the sturdiest trunk, and the flourishing branches and leaves. Fang Dichang was silent, feeling increasingly worried. Although he had not fully understood the profundities of Divine Emperor City and the painting world, there was one point that he was certain of. That was that human path was bound to prosper, and the Celestial Court was already focusing on developing this path. I am afraid that developing human path has already become the Celestial Court's strategy. This path is not simple. Where should my main body go? He might not know yet, but I am only a lump of will that is struggling at death's door. How should I inform my main body of this crucial information? Once Fate Gu was destroyed, anything could happen. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already revived. The prophecy of 3 venerables of the past was no longer valid. Dream Path, Human Path, and Food Path all had the possibility of prospering. Dream Path was the prophecy of the 3 venerables. It was originally the orthodox path of fate. It was destined to prosper and even rule over an era. In the past, human path was a domain that only venerables and individual great experts could enter. But after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable filled in the foundation and trunk, human path was already extremely suitable for cultivation. The celestial court had divine emperor city, they had this huge advantage. As for food path, this path had been created since the olden antiquity era, but it had not been widely spread. Now, without the restriction of fate, it was finally showing signs of prosperity. The world was already in chaos because of Feng Yuan. Those who should die had to revive, those who should not prosper were rising up. Future? Feng Dichang shook his head inwardly. The future was too complicated and chaotic, he could not see it clearly. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. He Lulan was summoned by immortal zombie giant Sunday. Chapter 2130. He Lulan opened her eyes in a daze. Where is this? Her blurry vision became clear. She soon found that she was lying on a stone bed. Around the stone bed was a large leather tent. At the center of the tent, there was a metal frame supporting a large cauldron. The cauldron was gurgling, as if it was boiling soup. At the bottom of the cauldron, a red rat was breathing fire. You're awake. The tent flap was suddenly pulled open. A person walked in. This was a middle-aged woman. She was dressed very simply. She wore a leather skirt that exposed her arms, stomach, and most of her chest. There was a blue phoenix tattoo on her chest and back. It was not only lifelike, but also emitted a faint blue light. He Lulan struggled to sit up. During this process, she found that her clothing had completely changed. It was the same style as the middle-aged woman in front of her, rough and wild. I am Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan. You are now in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The middle-aged woman walked towards He Lulan and smiled. He Lulan was completely awake. Longevity Heaven had 8 extremities. They were ranked by Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Universe, and Desolate. Black extremity was Sun Ming Lu. He cultivated Formation Path. The woman in front of her was Desolate Extremity. She had been hiding in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. What should I do, Lord Lu? He Lulan asked. Immortal zombie giant Sun only told her to listen to Desolate Extremity's arrangements after coming here. Lu Tonglan smiled. Here, you can call me Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader. Your current identity is that of my illegitimate daughter. You are a descendant of my bloodline that I left behind in the outside world. Recently, when the tribe was migrating, I found you by chance and brought you back. There are countless tribes in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. They live together with beasts. It is very different from the 5 regions. Every 10,000 years, all the tribes will gather and hold the Myriad Race Ceremony. This is your fortuitous encounter. All right, you are going to drink the soup now. Lu Tonglan scooped a big bowl of hot soup from the pot and handed it to He Lulan. He Lulan sat on the edge of the bed and picked up a hot iron bowl. A rich aroma of food wafted into her nostrils. She was also hungry, so she immediately opened her mouth and took a sip. When the hot soup entered his mouth, it tasted strange and spicy. It was not tasty at all. Cough, cough, cough. He Lulan was caught off guard and almost vomited. Lu Tonglan's expression was solemn. Drink it. This soup is very important to you. You have to drink every drop in the pot. Drink up. He Lulan knew that this was immortal zombie giant Sun's arrangement. She frowned as she drank one bowl, then another. When she drank the third bowl, she could not help it. Her abdomen was swollen and painful. Lu Tonglan, who had been watching over her, nodded and said, "Stop for a while, your body is at its limit." He Lulan started to have diarrhea, a very serious diarrhea that almost caused her to collapse. But Lu Tonglan did not let her go. Even as He Lulan lay weakly on the stone bed, Lu Tonglan carried the big bowl and poured all the hot soup in the iron pot into her mouth. He Lulan drank while having diarrhea. It was extremely painful. What is the use of drinking this soup? He Lulan asked. Lu Tonglan said, Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is different from the 5 regions. Those who can survive here can eat a lot. This pot of soup is specially prepared by me to stimulate my appetite. The process of your diarrhea is the process of your body adapting to this place. Don't be fooled by the severity of your diarrhea at the start. It will become lighter and lighter. In at most 3 days, you will be back to normal and will feel extremely hungry. Hei Lulan lay on the stone bed for 2 days and 2 nights before she recovered enough strength to get off the bed and walk around. On the 3rd day, just like Lu Tonglan said, she recovered all her strength, her diarrhea disappeared and her appetite increased. Her stomach had been growling since morning. Lu Tonglan started to cook soup for Hei Lulan. "This is meat soup, it is different from before," Lu Tonglan said as she took out 5 to 6 mice and threw them into the pot. The mice struggled in the pot, squeaking. Lu Tonglan's expression did not change. She took out a few colorful venomous snakes and threw them into the pot. The venomous snakes and mice melted in the soup. They looked like colorful mud that covered the surface of the water. Lu Tonglan took out a few black rocks that looked like charcoal and threw them into the pot as well. Hei Lulan's eyelids were twitching at first, but she soon realized something. "Blue Phoenix tribe leader, are you refining goo?" Hei Lulan asked curiously. She could see that when Lu Tonglan was cooking the soup, she was using many refinement path methods. Lu Tonglan continued to cook the soup as she turned around and smiled. "Hei Luan, you have a good eye. Look, this pot of snake and rat soup is ready." Hei Lulan was stunned. She saw that Lu Tonglan had stopped cooking the soup. The goo refinement failed? It is a pity. Hei Lulan was stunned. The snakes and rats I used earlier were ancient desolate beasts. Lu Tonglan shook her head. "I said I am cooking soup, not refining goo. The broth of snakes and rats is perfectly cooked. You must drink it all." Hei Lulan was stunned again. Lu Tonglan scooped a bowl of soup and gave it to Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan took a sip and frowned. This soup was 10 times worse than the diarrhea soup from before. She had only taken a small sip, but her tongue was already numb, and half of her throat was already numb. When she drank all of the soup, her entire body swelled up, her skin and flesh swelled up, the hairs on her skin started to grow rapidly. These hairs grew rapidly. After several minutes, Hei Lulan's hairs filled the entire tent. These hairs were of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black, all sorts of colors, some more, some less. Lu Tonglan inspected these hairs. She even counted the number of hairs. Next, with a thought, the blue phoenix tattoo on her chest floated into the air. It breathed out a lump of blue fire. The blue fire burned the hairs. Almost instantly, all of Hei Lulan's hairs were burned away. Hei Lulan stared with wide eyes. She was shocked. She asked, "What method is this? It is so mystical, it did not harm me at all." Lu Tonglan smiled. "This is my blue phoenix totem. In myriad beast fusion color heaven, totems are the main cultivation path. Even though we use goo worms, totems are the symbol of our strength and status." Hei Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. "If I am not wrong, this totem is extraordinary. Every pattern and line on the totem is a Tao mark. Thus, this totem is a killer move in essence. There is actually such a mystical method in this world. Does everyone cultivate totems here?" "Ha!" Lu Tonglan laughed even louder. "Hei Lulan, you are indeed a genius favored by Master. You saw through the essence of the totem at once." "That's right, we goo cultivators' killer moves are formed by using goo worms or goo materials. Goo worms are fragments of the great Tao, while goo materials are the accumulation of Tao marks. The totems here are the same. But the cultivation method relies on the help of goo worms. We still rely on our own consumption and digestion. Myriad beast fusion color heaven is the immortal aperture of reckless savage demon Venerable. This demon Venerable planted his immortal aperture in the gluttonous demon frog's body, allowing this grotto heaven to have a food path environment. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary immemorial beast. It had an unimaginable number of food path Tao marks. With the influence of food path Tao marks, in myriad beast fusion color heaven, humans could devour goo materials to increase their Tao marks. Next, they could use the goo worms here to construct their own totems. Hei Lulan guessed correctly. The totem was a special killer move. Normally, it would be attached to the surface of the goo cultivator's body. Once primeval essence or immortal essence was injected, it would turn solid and fly to fight. Totem killer moves have a lot of advantages. Normal killer moves needed to use goo worms and expend thoughts to activate on the spot. But as long as the totem is constructed properly, it saves time, effort, and effort. In the outside world of the 5 regions, even though there are fixed killer moves like goo houses, but totems can be continuously perfected and increased. Powerful immortal goo houses have little room for improvement. Lu Tonglan continued to explain. He Lulan, however, frowned. I have the great strength true martial physique, I cultivate strength path, but this totem seems to be a transformation path killer move? Lu Tonglan smiled as she shook her head. That is not the case. The other advantage of totem killer moves is that they are suitable for all goo cultivation paths. For example, I cultivate fire path by devouring all kinds of food. I used goo worms to create the blue phoenix totem killer move. This totem is a fire path killer move. It is very compatible with me. But you cultivate strength path, you can have a totem that belongs to strength path. He Lulan cupped her fists as she said solemnly, Senior, please enlighten me. Sure. Lu Tonglan pointed at the empty pot. The snake and rat nest soup that I gave you earlier was to identify your physique and know what ingredients you are suited to eat. Which ingredients are the best for you to absorb and have the best nutrition. As for your totem, that is something that belongs to you. What it looks like depends on your situation. There were countless types of totems, even if they were similar in shape, they would be different depending on the person. Lu Tonglan reminded, Hey Lulan, you need to make use of every minute and second to nurture your totem. This killer move is the only method you can use in the Myriad Tribes ceremony. After He Lulan understood all the reasons, he wholeheartedly cultivated this method. Every time Lu Tonglan cooked something, she would eat it with all her strength, using this food path environment to absorb the external Dao marks. Lu Tonglan only cooked soup at first, but gradually, she added meat and vegetables before adding grains. All of these foods had one similarity, they tasted terrible. Chapter 2131. He Lulan sat on the stone bed, cultivating. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. She lowered her head and saw that there was a totem on her chest. The totem was very simple, there were only a few strokes, but the lines were powerful. With just a few strokes, it depicted a black cat. The black cat was young and naive, its tail was raised as it squatted down, its front paws were on the ground, as if it was going to pounce at the next moment. Desolate Extremity lent me a complete set of goo worms. Using these goo worms, my totem killer move's first form has already formed. He Lulan calculated the time in her mind. From the time she came here to the time she cultivated the totem's first form, 30 days had passed. In these 30 days, He Lulan did not leave the house, other than eating, drinking, and going to the toilet. She was cultivating. She did not relax for even a moment, she was extremely hardworking. Suddenly, there were sounds of argument outside the tent. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, you are too much. That's right. These last days, how many ingredients have you used in the tribe's storage just for your illegitimate daughter? At the start, you used the ancient desolate beast single-horned deer's meat to make soup for your daughter. Then, you cooked a snake and rat soup, using ancient desolate beast snakes and rats, just to find the most accurate recipe. Over the next few days, you almost emptied our tribe's storage. The ingredients you used were at least desolate beast level. We elected you as the tribe leader, but you are using favoritism, you have let down the tribe's expectations. He Lulan heard this and had a strange expression. It seemed like the elders of the tribe were raising an uproar to question the chief, Lu Tonglan. Speaking of which, I have used a lot of immortal materials these last few days. Is Desolate Extremity unable to control the situation? He Lulan guessed. At the next moment, Lu Tonglan's voice could be heard. Elders, don't be angry. The reason why I'm doing this is also for the sake of our tribe. Tell him to come out. He Lulan heard this and walked out of the tent that she had been in for a month, making her first appearance. This was a valley with lush greenery. Not far away was a river. It was surrounded by tents of all sizes, forming a tribal gathering place. He Lulan's tent was located in the center of the colony, the safest place. At the same time, this tent was also the largest one. In the open space in front of the tent, a group of people confronted Lu Tonglan. These people were dressed in beast skin, exposing most of their bodies. Most of them were elderly, they were Gu immortals. What attracted He Lulan the most were the various totems on their bodies. "Lan, come here," Lu Tonglan called out. He Lulan remained silent and walked to Lu Tonglan's side. The eyes of the tribal elders were all focused on He Lulan. No, to be more precise, it was focused on her chest. The expressions of the elders began to change. Some people found it hard to believe, while others began to get excited. This is... Are my old eyes failing me? Who can tell me if this is the Yudu Power Tiger? Lu Tonglan smiled. That's right. This is the Yudu Power Tiger totem. All the elders were silent. They were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. Lu Tonglan continued, I know what you want to ask. Since my daughter has the Yudu Power Tiger totem, you should know that she has the sacred physique. Only the sacred physique can cultivate the Yudu Power Tiger totem. The elders were in an uproar. Lu Tonglan waited quietly until the voices of the elders quieted down. Then, she continued, now, do you still think that I'm playing favorites for my own benefit? Of course not. An elder shook his head. He had a firm attitude. This is the sacred physique. She can directly advance in the myriad tribes ceremony and challenge predicaments. An elder stared at He Lulan with a heated gaze. As long as the sacred physique survives the myriad tribes ceremony, our entire tribe will receive preferential treatment and become one of the candidates of the sacred race. An elder was already looking forward to the bright future. Sacred physique? Are you talking about my great strength true martial physique? He Lulan's heart calmed down. She knew that the entire situation was still under Lu Tonglan's control. Lu Tonglan's lips curled up. Why can we only be candidates and not directly become the sacred race? The elders' expressions froze before they shook their heads. Tribe leader, you can't be so impatient. Your daughter has rank 7 cultivation level, but to become the final victor of the myriad tribes ceremony, her cultivation level is still not enough. We need to be patient. As long as she grows to rank 8 in the future, there will be no challenge. According to tradition, she will be the sacred king. As long as we protect her and nurture her, we will become the sacred race. Why take the risk? Lu Tonglan was silent for a while before nodding. Elders are right, I was too impatient. But undeniably, the stronger Lan is, the higher her ranking in the myriad tribes ceremony, the greater the benefits our tribe will obtain, right? The elders nodded. Of course. Lu Tonglan suddenly bowed. So from now on, please help Lan to raise her totem. The more benefits she obtains, the more benefits our tribe will obtain. The elders reacted. Some nodded in agreement, while others pointed at Lu Tonglan and laughed. So everything was within Blue Phoenix tribe leader's plan. Under Lu Tonglan's meticulous arrangements, the first time He Lulan appeared, she was accepted by the entire tribe. He Lulan also understood one of the reasons why immortal zombie giant Sun sent her here and valued her so much. It turned out that the great strength true martial physique was so popular in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Afterwards, He Lulan asked Lu Tonglan why the great strength true martial physique was considered a sacred physique here and was treated so well. Lu Tonglan told her, according to the rumors here, reckless savage demon venerable has the great strength true martial physique. I cannot confirm whether this rumor is true or not. This rumor was not important. He Lulan quickly threw it to the back of her mind. She continued to cultivate her totem killer move. This time, not only did Blue Phoenix tribe leader Lu Tonglan help her, the entire tribe's elders also contributed generously. He Lulan's totem quickly grew from a small cat to the size of a black panther. At this point, the support of the elders also began to weaken. During this process, a huge amount of immortal materials were consumed. But what made He Lulan extremely gratified was that when the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem was activated, it was extremely powerful, far surpassing all of her previous methods. The Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem directly became her strongest killer move. But this is not enough. After a round of cultivation, Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan said honestly, since Master sent you here, I will definitely nurture you with all my strength. I will not let master down. Those elders did not use up all their resources. I do not have many resources left. But it is not a problem. In a few days, the situation will change. The elders had descendants too. Even though He Lulan had the sacred physique, she was still a descendant of the tribe leader. The elders would not use up all their resources for He Lulan. This was normal. A few days later, Blue Phoenix tribe was suddenly attacked by their mortal enemy, Fire Blend tribe. They suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat from the valley. While retreating, Blue Phoenix tribe leader regrouped and led her troops to retaliate. Fire Blend tribe was caught off guard. They were forced out of the valley. Blue Phoenix tribe regained control of their settlement. Fire Blend tribe was not satisfied. They set up camp outside the valley, facing off against Blue Phoenix tribe, waiting for an opportunity. Late at night, Lu Tong Lan brought He Lulan and secretly left the settlement. They met with Fire Blend tribe leader in a cave at the edge of the valley. Fire Blend tribe leader saw the shocked He Lulan and explained with a smile, "I am Yellow Extremity Jiaohua." It turned out that this was just a show between Lu Tong Lan and Jiaohua. Jiaohua took out a large number of immortal materials and handed them to Lu Tong Lan. "These are all the goo materials that I can gather for He Lulan. Other than that, there is also this." Jiaohua had a strange expression as he took out many corpses. These were the corpses of Fire Blend tribe's goo immortal elders who died in battle. Lu Tong Lan also took out several corpses. These were the members of Blue Phoenix tribe who died in battle. In front of He Lulan, Jiaohua started to cut the meat, while Lu Tong Lan started to heat up the pot. He Lulan was shocked. "You want me to eat humans?" Jiaohua cut the human meat as he chuckled. "You don't need to treat them as humans, just treat them as immortal materials. Normally speaking, when a goo immortal dies, as long as they are not immortal zombies, their Dao marks will return to their immortal apertures. But the goo cultivators here are different. Before their immortal apertures return to the ground, they are digested by myriad beast fusion color heaven. The totem killer moves on their bodies are the Dao mark engravings. They have already become the most valuable parts." Saying so, Jiaohua picked a few pieces from the pile of minced meat and threw them into the pot. Lu Tong Lan stirred the meat soup as she said, "He Lulan, there are not many pieces of meat that are suitable for you. But because they are all humans, they are easier for you to absorb. It will be a huge help to your totem's growth." He Lulan's expression was pale, even her tone changed. "Is it common to eat humans in the whole of myriad beast fusion color heaven?" Lu Tong Lan looked at the human meat soup in the pot as she replied plainly, "Of course not. Even though eating humans can help your totem grow, it is still a demonic path practice. Tribes that openly eat humans are all demonic path tribes. They are boycotted. That's why we brought you here in secret to cover our tracks. You have a sacred body. If a sacred body is found to be eating humans, your status will be gone. But there is no helping it. Time is limited. To nurture you to the limit, eating humans is the best way. It's done, eat it." Lu Tong Lan handed over the soup. He Lulan received it with a numb expression. The human meat soup was far more delicious than all the other ingredients. But He Lulan only drank one mouthful before vomiting. Lu Tong Lan and Jiaohua looked at her quietly. He Lulan vomited until she vomited. She looked at the two and asked, "Have you eaten human meat before?" Lu Tong Lan shook her head, but Jiaohua nodded. The latter said, "I was the first to come here. After some time, I was found out to be an outsider and was surrounded. I ran out of food and ammunition. I was in a desperate situation. Only by eating humans could my totem killer moves advance rapidly. Because of this, I managed to survive and conceal my identity, becoming the current Huarong tribe leader." Lu Tong Lan urged calmly, "He Lulan, you can choose not to eat. We will not force you to do anything. We will only do our best to complete Master's orders. I have never eaten human meat before. I can understand why you can't eat it. This is just a method to become stronger. You can also eat other food to make your totem grow, but it will take more time." "More time?" He Lulan's ears twitched. She smiled bitterly, muttering to herself, "I am already far from him, like heaven and earth. If I don't treasure time, how can I surpass him? Human meat, if it was him, would he eat it?" The answer was obvious. I'll eat it. Hei Lulan came to the pot with a solemn expression. She drank the soup and ate the meat. Lu Tonglan's expression changed. Jiao Hua nodded. Chapter 2132. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Myriad tribes were gathered at Moonfield Slope. The Myriad Tribes ceremony is held here? Hei Lulan looked at the barren land in front of her, saying in a disappointed tone. Every Myriad race ceremony was held at Tianyue Plateau. But to Hei Lulan, this place was barren and barren. There was yellow soil everywhere. Other than that, there was nothing here. When the wind blew, it lifted up the sand, causing smoke and dust to billow. Myriad Tribes ceremony is different from the Thousand Tribes ceremony. It is a grand ceremony that involves the whole of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. It is held once every 10,000 years. This is my first time here. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan, who was also one of the 8 extremities, replied. Behind them were Blue Phoenix Tribe's members. Because half a year ago, Blue Phoenix Tribe fought with Fireblend Tribe, Blue Phoenix Tribe lost many Gu immortals and elders. But because of this, Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader gained more control over the tribe. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, Sacred Child. This is the Sacred Child? Haha, I heard that Blue Phoenix Tribe has a Sacred Child. I am so envious. Deep into Moonfield Slope, Lu Tonglan met many familiar people. These people were either well-known experts, clan leaders, elders, or the like, all of them of high status and authority. Hei Lulan's reputation also spread. After all, the Sacred Child's identity was too eye-catching. A cold snort could be heard. Fireblend Tribe's leader, Jiao Hua, had an angry expression as he stared at Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader and Hei Lulan. Beside him, there were also a group of clan leaders and elders. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, you came too late. Are you afraid? Jiao Hua asked arrogantly. Lu Tonglan immediately retorted, smiling coldly, even if I am afraid, I will not be afraid of you. Who do you think you are? Tribe leaders, the Myriad Tribes ceremony is about to begin. Whoever attacks will be the enemy of the Myriad Tribes and will be sacrificed. An elder of a large tribe saw that the situation was bad and hurried over. Next, this elder said to Jiao Hua, Fireblend Tribe leader, why are you still here? Our patriarch has already held a banquet. You can't be late. Jiao Hua snorted coldly and threatened Lu Tonglan, I'll let you go for now. After saying that, he turned around and led the people around him away. Chief Rong, this guy. Only after he left did the chiefs close to Lu Tonglan speak up. Blue Phoenix clan leader, Firemelt clan leader lost to you half a year ago and lost a lot of his strength. But you can't be careless. He has already attached himself to the Yellowbell tribe. Yellowbell tribe is a super tribe. Not only is the tribe leader, but even the first elder has rank 8 cultivation level. In just a few words, these experts told him all the information about the Firemelt patriarch. Hei Lulan listened quietly, gaining a better understanding of the situation in the Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The situation here is actually no different from the 5 regions. It's still the weak relying on the strong. Lu Tonglan and Jiao Hua were 2 of the 8 extremities. Even though they were cultivating here and using totem killer moves, they were experts among rank 7s. Thus, a group of people gathered around them. But the true peak forces are still existences like the Yellowbell tribe. It seems that Jiao Hua's plan succeeded. He used the weakness of the tribe as an excuse to get close to the Yellowbell tribe. Who could have known that the 2 of them were sworn enemies on the surface, but in fact, the closest allies? Hei Lulan felt admiration towards these 2's methods. Several days later, the Myriad Tribes ceremony began. Great God Reckless Barbarian, Purple Gold Tribe offers 30 golden sand carps. Great God Reckless Savage, the Ice Lake Tribe offers 3 baby lions. Great God Reckless Savage, Yellowbell Tribe offers a group of vast heaven sparrows, 10-eyed dazzling vines, and an outsider. All the tribes took turns to slaughter and offer up their offerings on the large open space in the center. Some tribes were weak. They could only offer desolate beasts. Some tribes were not as strong as Blue Phoenix Tribe. They could offer ancient desolate beasts. And the strongest forces like Yellow Bell tribe offered large numbers of ancient desolate beasts, desolate plants, or even several immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. From time to time, outsiders would be captured and killed in front of everyone. These outsiders were all Gu immortals. They had rank 7 cultivation level at least. The outsiders that Yellow Bell tribe killed even had rank 8 cultivation level. If these things were used as ingredients for me to eat, my totem would grow even more. Hei Lulan felt that it was a great pity. Be it the corpses of desolate beasts or Gu immortals, once they landed on the yellow soil, they would melt like wax and seep into the soil. The entire ground was like a silent giant beast, silently devouring all the offerings. This moonfield slope is hiding a huge secret. It is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Hei Lulan thought. She watched as these offerings seeped into the yellow soil. After a while, the blood-stained ground returned to its original yellow color. The offerings of outsiders, regardless of their cultivation level, would attract the cheers of all the tribes. The cheers were like tsunamis. It was shocking. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had existed for so many years, there were naturally rumors about it. Immortal zombie giant sun had a way to send people in, so did others. Good kill, good kill. These otherworldly demons deserve to die. History records that every time the Myriad tribe's ceremony is near, these otherworldly demons will appear. We should kill all of these outsiders. They actually dared to invade our world. Hei Lulan heard the conversations of the surrounding people as a peculiar feeling emerged in her heart. The natives of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven treated this grotto heaven as a large world. They treated all the outsiders as otherworldly demons. They had no idea that the outside world was even bigger. This made Hei Lulan involuntarily think of the marketplace in The Legends of Renzu and the small people living in the marketplace. The offering lasted for a day. Other than the super forces that could publicly offer offerings at the central empty space, the other tribes could only offer offerings in their own territory. On the night of the sacrificial ceremony, there was a large bonfire celebration. Cowhide drums were beaten loudly, thousands of bonfires burned, countless people dressed in beast skins and feathered ornaments surrounded the bonfires, laughing, singing, and dancing enthusiastically. Many men and women looked at each other, they held hands and left the bonfires. They went to their own tents, listening to the laughter and noise outside. They engaged in the most passionate and wanton entanglement on their beds. Of course, some people came to find Hei Lulan. This is the Myriad tribe's ceremony, the most sacred moment. Lord Sacred Child, we are a match made in heaven. We will give birth to the most outstanding offspring. A tribe leader's son brought a large amount of immortal materials to find Hei Lulan. This youngster's tribe was a super tribe. It had the same status as Yellow Bell tribe. His father was the tribe leader. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while he himself had rank 6 cultivation level. Hei Lulan's expression was ugly. She rejected him directly. The youngster smiled instead. Great, I did not want to get close to you. You are too ugly. But my father ordered me forcefully. I had no choice but to obey. I hope we never meet again. Other than the youngster, an old rank 8 expert also came to find her. He brought a large amount of extremely valuable immortal materials. With these immortal materials, Sacred Child, your totem will be able to reach great completion immediately. The old rank 8 Gu immortal said, even though you are ugly, I am old and have no children, we can cooperate and take what we need. Hei Lulan had a cold expression. She rejected him as well. Before the old rank 8 Gu immortal left, he shook his head and sighed. Sacred Child, you are still too young. If you miss this opportunity, you might not get it again in the future. Not everyone can accept your ugly appearance. Only people like me are indifferent and can ignore the opinions of the world. Hei Lulan almost scolded him to get lost. Although she didn't care much about her appearance, she was still a great beauty in all fairness. Her parents were both beautiful. She had inherited her beauty. She could be called a fairy of northern plains. But in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, the concept of beauty was very different from the 5 regions. The natives here valued muscles as beauty. Their skin could not be white and tender. It had to be dark and rough. The stronger they looked, the better it was. In this place, Hei Lulan could be said to be an ugly woman that was rarely seen in 100 years. Many people who saw Hei Lulan for the first time sighed in private. No wonder Blue Phoenix tribe leader abandoned this daughter back then. She was too ugly. But even though she was ugly, she had a sacred body. Heaven was really fair to her. On this night, Hei Lulan was harassed many times. She finally endured until daybreak. The myriad races' grand competition began. There was an empty space in front of every tribe's entrance. This was the location of the competition. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, challenged Stardust tribe leader with a divine peacock feather. Lu Tong Lan brought Hei Lulan to the entrance of Stardust tribe. She was challenging because of Hei Lulan. It seems that Blue Phoenix tribe leader is here for the 5 Emperor Eel's white thread tendon. Stardust tribe leader smiled bitterly as he walked into the empty space. In the myriad races ceremony, one could not reject a challenge. Please. Lu Tong Lan instilled immortal essence. The blue phoenix totem on her body shone brightly and turned into a solid form, charging towards Stardust tribe leader. Stardust tribe leader gritted his teeth and shouted. The totem on his body rushed into the sky. It was a single-horned goat. The single-horned goat charged towards the blue phoenix, causing Stardust to fill the sky. The blue phoenix dodged and let out a soft cry, spitting out bright blue flames. The blue flames were extremely hot. The single-horned goat was engulfed by the flames. It tried to break out several times. But every time the single-horned goat totem tried to break out, it was repelled by the blue phoenix in time. Lu Tong Lan's totem is clearly stronger, but the main reason for this is the difference in combat between the two tribe leaders. Hei Lulan watched the battle from the side and understood. As expected of Blue Phoenix tribe leader, sigh, I admit defeat. Not long after, Stardust tribe leader said. He needed to conserve his strength. The myriad races ceremony had just begun. If he was heavily injured, he would not be able to fight anymore, more people would challenge him, and he would lose more immortal materials. Lu Tong Lan decisively stopped. Stardust tribe leader immediately arranged for the 5 Emperor Eel's white thread tendon to be delivered. Both sides stopped. Stardust tribe leader, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can send a message to Blue Phoenix tribe. If it's just a small matter, Blue Phoenix tribe will definitely help, Lu Tong Lan said before leaving. Stardust tribe leader's expression relaxed. Chapter 2133. With desolate extremity Lu Tong Lan's help, Hei Lulan gathered a large number of immortal materials and devoured them. After digesting them, her totem was finally completed. Very good, your dark capital strength tiger totem is completely formed. With just this move, you are definitely a peak expert among rank 7s, even in the outside world of the 5 regions. Lu Tong Lan was very pleased. Next, if you are interested, you can try it out. The myriad tribe ceremony had already entered a very cruel competition segment. Every day, a large number of tribes were destroyed, experts were injured, and clan treasuries suffered huge losses. Some even took the initiative to seek revenge. The condition of the challenge was not immortal materials, but someone's life. What made Hei Lulan feel a chill was that any Gu immortal who died in the myriad tribe's ceremony would be sacrificed on the spot, fusing into the yellow earth. Blue Phoenix tribe's situation was very good. Because Hei Lulan was a sacred child, as long as she did not die, when she became a rank 8 Gu immortal, Blue Phoenix tribe would automatically become a sacred tribe. It would have a high status and authority. Thus, almost no one dared to provoke Blue Phoenix tribe. Even if someone was jealous and wanted to attack the immature Hei Lulan, they would be very wary. They would not attack the sacred child at this crucial moment in the sacred land. This would be a huge disrespect to reckless savage god. During the day, over 10,000 tribes challenged one another. At night, countless tribe leaders and elders conversed privately, forming alliances. Lu Tong Lan and Jiao Hua had been communicating secretly. Whoever wanted to deal with Blue Phoenix tribe would likely contact Fire Blend tribe, and vice versa. Blue Phoenix tribe, which had a sacred child, was secretly envied and hated by many. Some were even people who were close to Lu Tonglan. Fire Blend tribe was not having a good time either. Half a year ago, they had lost almost half of their elders, their strength had weakened, they had to rely on Yellow Bell tribe. But Yellow Bell tribe had its opponents too. The experts of the various tribes continued to compete and fight. Fortunately, because they could only use totems to fight, the casualties were greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, they would still use other killer moves in a real battle. Totem killer moves were only a trump card, normal methods were also trump card methods. Hei Lolan's horizons had been broadened over the past few days. She had seen all kinds of totems and had gotten to know many outstanding powerhouses. Her totem was already completed, and the next step was to continue eating. With the Yudu Power Tiger as the foundation, she would fuse the other Dao marks and gradually transform it into a totem that was suitable for Hei Lulan. But there was another route, which was to construct a second totem, and then a third totem. Warriors with many totems had more tricks up their sleeves, but because their energy was divided, the quality of their totems would be slightly lower. When the same amount of energy and resources were invested, it was obvious that a single totem would be stronger than multiple totems. As for which path to choose, Hei Lulan was still pondering. According to historical records, the reckless savage demon venerable had countless totems, and each of them was extremely powerful. They had at least rank 8 battle strength, some even had pseudo-venerable battle strength. It seems like reckless savage archdevil ancestor chose the second route. Days passed, and the situation of the myriad races changed with each passing day. Firstly, those ordinary tribes that only had Gu masters started to merge with each other intensely. Next, this phenomenon started to spread to the super forces. In the end, even a super force like the Yellow Bell tribe was defeated. When the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were buried in Moonfield Slope, this piece of yellow earth started to emit a faint yellow light. Within this faint yellow light, a path gradually appeared. The Myriad Life Road has appeared. Huff, the Myriad Races Challenge is finally over. Only publicly recognized experts can enter the Myriad Life Road and find the immortal opportunity left behind by Great God Reckless Savage. Hei Lulan also realized, so all the sacrifices were used to open this Myriad Life Road. With her sacred physique, she did not need to compete, she could directly enter the Myriad Life Road. After the myriad races discussed, a total of 88 people were chosen. There were 8 people qualified for each cycle of cultivation. Among the myriad races, there were no rank 9 Gu cultivators, so only 88 people were chosen. This number made Hei Lulan feel somewhat sensitive. Under countless envious gazes, 88 people walked the Myriad Life Road together. From the outside, the Myriad Life Road looked like a mirage. But when Hei Lulan and the rest stepped on it, they had a completely different feeling. There really seems to be a path that allows me to walk on solid ground. Hei Lulan walked for a dozen steps as her expression changed. Beside her was Lu Tonglan. Not far behind her was Jiaohua. These two were worthy of the 8 extremities. They had emerged victorious in the Myriad Races competition, becoming one of the 88 people. In this Myriad Life Road, every step expends our strength, will, and even immortal essence. Hei Lulan said. Lu Tonglan added, or more accurately speaking, all of our foundation and strength are being expended according to a certain ratio. Trekking on the path of thousand life was fair to everyone, and the difficulty was the same. Gu immortals were stronger than Gu masters, but the difficulty of becoming a Gu master was proportional to the Gu master's own strength. This caused many Gu masters to walk ahead of Gu immortals. I found Gu worms. There are Gu worms on the ground. As long as I pick them up, I can instantly refine them. Look here, there are so many ingredients, they are worth cities. Many people started to cheer and shout, they started to make great gains. The myriad races outside could not see this, they could only see the 88 figures shrunk into black dots, hidden by the heavenly road in the sky. Hei Lulan observed carefully and soon found some clues. The heavenly road is undulating, some slopes upwards, some slopes downwards. The slopes upwards usually have Gu worms and Gu materials, even though there is nothing on the slopes downwards, it expends less of our strength. He Lulan analyzed and suddenly gasped. Strange, this is like a certain part of the legends of Rinzhu. She looked at Lu Tonglan as the latter nodded with a smile. You are right. This is the uphill road and downhill road. He Lulan's mind and body shook greatly. Her eyes shined with bright light. This means I can obtain the legendary ability Gu and Effort Gu? Lu Tonglan replied. That will depend on your fortuitous encounter. If these Gu worms really exist, I am sure they are in the latter half of the heavenly road. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She had already made up her mind. I cannot let go of this fortuitous encounter. The famous Gu worms in the legends of Rinzhu are almost all top-quality Gu worms. They are either terrifying in power or have amazing effects. Ancestor Giant's son is right. I can only surpass that guy Feng Yuan if I grasp this peerless fortuitous encounter. He Lulan started to trudge forward. Lu Tonglan guided her. Don't walk downhill, try to walk uphill as much as possible. This is Master's guidance. He Lulan was a little bewildered. According to common sense, walking downhill would consume less energy. The most reasonable method was to walk downhill until the latter half of the heavenly road before walking uphill again. But Immortal Zombie Giant's son gave her a completely different hint. He Lulan hesitated for a moment before deciding to believe Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. She and Lu Tonglan tried to walk uphill as much as possible. They found Gu worms and Gu materials along the way, but they were mostly mortal materials. Not long after, immortal materials started to appear among their gains. And many Gu immortals who were traveling alongside them had walked downhill for a long time. Their gains were very little, they were also limited to mortal level. He Lulan realized at once. So the heavenly road is not measured by length, but by the quality of the journey. Heavenly road does not have a front or back, it only depends on whether we walk with all our strength or not. If we put in all our effort, we might have a good harvest. But if we slack off, we might use up all our strength and not gain anything. He Lulan and Lu Tonglan moved forward. When they found their first rank 6 immortal Gu, the first predicament also appeared. Predicaments had different shapes, they were translucent and had different colors. The predicament blocking He Lulan was light brown in color. It looked like a leopard cat. Its body was like a small mountain. It blocked the heavenly road. Predicament, a wild beast recorded in the legends of Rinzhu. It is extinct in the 5 regions. To think that there would be one here. But since it is the heavenly road, it is not strange. He Lulan breathed in deeply. She attacked the predicament together with Lu Tonglan. The predicament roared as it charged towards He Lulan and Lu Tonglan. The two's vision blurred. Their vision changed as they arrived in a light brown independent space. This is the predicament. We were eaten by that predicament. Lu Tonglan immediately said. Predicaments were very mystical. Rumors said that the predecessor who created the battlefield killer move got inspiration from studying predicaments. Every predicament could be seen as a natural battlefield killer move. Within the predicaments, calamities and tribulations formed and descended. Lu Tonglan went up first. I will block the calamities and tribulations. He Lulan, you will break through the predicament. He Lulan was stunned. What should I do? You have the great strength true martial physique. According to the legends of Rinzhu, you are the best at breaking predicaments. I don't know exactly how to do it, but you can try it. But remember, you cannot drag it out for too long. The calamities and tribulations within the predicament are endless. Lu Tonglan instructed. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She tried to use strength path killer moves and attack everywhere. A moment later, joy flashed on her face. She felt the space around her loosening. The calamities and tribulations became stronger. But Lu Tonglan was very happy. Continue like this predicament is already going all out. He Lulan suddenly thought. She had the great strength true martial physique, but the others did not. What would they do if they encountered a predicament? Dark Capital Strength Tiger, come out. He Lulan willed as she expended a large amount of rank 7 immortal essence. Within the surging black light, the black tiger condensed into solid form and charged forward. With a loud sound, A huge hole appeared. Chapter 2134. The predicament roared. It held its wounds in pain. The dark capital's strength tiger totem created a huge hole. Its condition fell rapidly. Its body continued to shrink, like a leaking balloon. It shrunk until it was about half its original size. Only then did the edges of the large hole close together, mending and mending. The predicament stabilized itself, but it did not dare to fight Hey Lulan anymore. It screamed and escaped. Hey Lulan did not chase it. She picked up the rank 6 immortal goo on the ground and continued to move forward with Lu Tonglan. The two walked on the uphill road with all their strength. They gained more and more. After a while, there were 2 rank 6 immortal goo and 1 rank 7 immortal goo. Their encounter made the others realize it. They started to walk on the uphill road with all their strength. Gradually, some people expended all their strength and fell from the heavenly road, landing on Tianyu tall slopes yellow soil. Some people encountered predicaments but could not break out. They died in the predicament's stomach. Even though some defeated the predicaments, their strength was greatly expended. They had a worried expression. The predicaments were mystical beasts. As long as their battle strength surpassed their limits, they would lose. But strength path methods were more effective. Hey Lulan found it harder and harder to walk. When she defeated 2 more predicaments, she found that out of the original 88 people, there were only 30 or so left. I can't walk anymore. I expended most of my strength, but the predicaments are getting stronger and stronger. With my remaining battle strength, I can only defeat 1 predicament. Hey Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling indignant. Don't worry, I have a way. Let's continue. Lu Tonglan patted Hey Lulan's shoulder. She had an optimistic attitude. When they encountered the predicament again, Lu Tonglan used the Blue Phoenix Totem and the Dark Capital's Strength Tiger Totem to defeat the predicament. Be careful, don't let it go. This time, Lu Tonglan reminded, she attacked in time and killed the predicament before it escaped. Eat. Lu Tonglan dissected the predicament's flesh, handing a portion to Hey Lulan. Hey Lulan had read The Legends of Rinzu. She gained some understanding. Every time she ate a piece of the predicament's flesh, she could feel her strength rising. By the time she and Lu Tonglan had divided the predicament, her strength had almost recovered. However, this method would also be exposed. Many goo cultivators saw this and started to follow suit. But a portion of the goo cultivators were not surprised. They knew about this method long ago. You can't eat too much of the predicament's flesh. Eating too much isn't good either. It will cause your heart to burn and your mind to collapse. Lu Tonglan sighed. Let's keep going. Another 30 minutes later, Jiaohu caught up with Hey Lulan and Lu Tonglan. What do you want? Lu Tonglan pretended to shout. Jiaohu snorted coldly. There are only 7 of us left. Of course we want to cooperate. The enmity between us can be settled after we leave this place. But now, we should look at the big picture. Lu Tonglan was silent. Patriarch Jiaohu is right. The predicament is getting stronger and stronger. We should work together. Yellow Bell tribe leader also followed. He looked at Hey Lulan. Holy Son, hello, you are qualified to cooperate with me and travel together. Next, Yellow Bell tribe leader looked at the others. Since we have come this far, we are qualified to work together. What do you say? Among the remaining 7, 1 was rank 6, 2 were rank 8s, and the remaining 4 were rank 7s. Everyone looked at each other. They were silent for a while. If we work together, we can go longer. But how do we split the immortal goo and immortal materials? The rank 6 goo immortal asked the crucial question. If they fought for them, he would not be able to win. Yellow Bell tribe leader pondered for a while. There is no need to fight for the immortal goo and immortal materials. We can take turns to get them. As for the order, we can discuss it. If anyone does not follow the rules, they will be our common enemy. The heavenly road only appears once every 10,000 years. Anyone who goes against the agreement will be hunted down by us. Sure. Another rank 8 goo immortal agreed. But the order was still something that everyone argued for a while. The people who got it first would naturally have lower value. The Goo immortals who got it later would have higher value than the ones who got it first. But who had the confidence to last until the end? Right now, everyone was at their wits' end, otherwise, they would not be forced to work together. If the order was too late, they would be eliminated before they could get it. That would be a huge loss. Everyone thought about it carefully before deciding on the order and moving forward. After defeating 2 more predicaments, the first rank 8 immortal Goo appeared. According to the order, it was the rank 6 Goo immortal. Under everyone's gazes, the rank 6 Goo immortal picked up the immortal Goo while trembling. The 2 rank 8 Goo immortals did not fight for it, they were at the back of the group. At the same time, this rank 6 Goo immortal had a high status. His father was a famous rank 8 expert. The appearance of a rank 8 immortal Goo made the group of 7 nervous. After walking for a while, there were no more predicaments blocking their way. They found a stalk of dragon horngrass. Dragon horngrass was an immemorial desolate plant. It was shaped like coral and resembled a dragon's horn. Every time it was cut into a finger-length segment, it would grow another segment every month. According to the order, it was Jiaohua's turn this time. Jiaohua put away the dragon horngrass, feeling helpless. He hoped it was an immortal Goo. Longevity Heaven did not lack such immortal materials. Everyone, I can't go on anymore. I am truly sorry, please check carefully, I am not trying to slack off. After walking for a while, the rank 6 Goo immortal's expression was pale, his body was shivering. Yellow Bell tribe leader nodded, go back, if you continue, you will die of exhaustion. The rank 6 Goo immortal bowed deeply before falling down from the heavenly road. While in the air, he fainted, but thankfully, there were people on the ground who were waiting for him. The rank 6 Goo immortal's departure was like a start. People reached their limits one after another. First was the rank 8 Goo immortal, followed by Lu Tonglan. That rank 8 Goo immortal was at the back of the group. He was eliminated before his turn, thus he had an ugly expression when he left. Lu Tonglan was also exhausted. She could only tell He Lulan to be careful. She had no choice but to leave. Only 4 people were left, He Lulan, Jiaohua, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and another young rank 7 Goo immortal. What Goo is this? Everyone's eyes shined. The rank 8 immortal Goo that they encountered was not ordinary. It was like an ant, fist-sized and emitted 5-colored light. This is quantitative change Goo. Yellow Bell tribe leader laughed loudly. It was his turn now. With this immortal Goo, he could make one target turn into 10, 10 into 100, the number would rise sharply. Of course, the immortal essence expenditure would also rise sharply. Some targets could not be quantitative change, for example, any immortal Goo. Of course, this immortal Goo could be used in battle. For example, when the enemy used fire chi to fill the sky, quantitative change Goo could reduce the number of flames and quickly weaken the enemy's attack. However, to take this immortal Goo, they had to defeat the predicament in front of them. After a fierce battle, everyone won. They split the meat together. Yellow Bell tribe leader was the happiest. Not only did he obtain a top-grade immortal Goo, his strength had also recovered. Everyone continued to move forward. There was another predicament blocking their path, but there was nothing on the ground. There was no turning back on the heavenly road. Everyone was helpless. They could only fight and kill the predicament to take the meat. Everyone recovered some of their strength as a result. As they moved up the slope, a rank 8 immortal Goo appeared. It was a rhinoceros beetle. It looked like a steel ingot. It had thick armor and a muscular body. This is actually Fortitude Goo. Fortitude Goo, am I seeing things? It really is Fortitude Goo. This is an immortal Goo recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the young rank 7 Goo immortal. According to the order, it was his turn to take it. This Goo immortal could be said to be the biggest dark horse in the myriad tribe's ceremony. Right now, his body was trembling in excitement. After an intense battle, the predicament screamed as it fell to the ground. Everyone split the food. The rank 7 Goo immortal took Fortitude Goo. This trip was worth it. It was definitely worth it. The rank 7 Goo immortal muttered in excitement. Yellow Bell tribe leader tried to recruit him. Let me think about it. The rank 7 Goo immortal rejected him directly. Yellow Bell tribe leader frowned slightly before relaxing. This person's future is not going to be good. He Lulan saw this but did not say anything. This young rank 7 Gu immortal had already become arrogant. He did not care about Yellow Bell tribe leader at all, he was waiting for the best offer. But it was not strange. He Lulan could easily guess that during this period of time, many people had come to recruit this rank 7 Gu immortal. Maybe this rank 7 Gu immortal had already heard all these words and heard them. Everyone set off again. The predicament blocked their path but did not have any immortal Gu or immortal materials. They could not turn back on the heavenly road, they could only kill this predicament. But Jiao Hua rejected the predicament's flesh. I can't eat anymore, I have reached my limit. If I eat anymore, my heart fire will burn and I will die. Jiao Hua sighed, taking a deep look at He Lulan before leaving. Only He Lulan, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and that rank 7 Gu immortal were left. He Lulan had already chosen it, since Jiao Hua had left. According to the order, it should be Yellow Bell tribe leader's turn. But after several rounds of climbing, the three did not gain anything. Instead, they encountered two predicaments. After a tough battle, even though they had flesh, they could not make up for it, their strength fell sharply. Don't be anxious and discouraged. I have already seen the pattern. The further we go, the more predicaments there will be. Immortal Gu and immortal materials will appear less and less, but as long as they appear, they will definitely be of top quality. Yellow Bell tribe leader encouraged their morale. He was next. He did not want to fail at this crucial moment. Like he said, they finally found another rank 8 immortal Gu. This immortal Gu looked like a spider, but it was long and thin. It had many compound eyes that flickered with blue and fiery red light, resembling rubies. Ability Gu. Another famous immortal Gu from the legends of Rinzhu. He Lulan was tongue-tied. This immortal Gu is amazing. It is even more outstanding than my fortitude Gu. That rank 7 Gu immortal exclaimed. Chapter 2135. The three charged towards the predicament. This was a true battle to the death. The three of them did not have enough strength, but this predicament was unexpectedly strong. Calamities and tribulations continued. The three immortals exerted all their strength, using all their trump cards and squeezing out every bit of their potential. He Lulan's Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem was crippled, Yellow Bell Tribe Leader's Golden Bell Totem was 80% damaged, the cost of repairing it was extremely high. As for that rank 7 Gu immortal, he had Rain Eagle Totem and Thunder Fish Totem. They had both lost their battle strength. But thankfully, this rank 7 Gu immortal had methods to combine these two tattered totems and form the Thunder Rain Fish Eagle Totem. They barely escaped death. After 15 minutes of stalemate, the three immortals risked their lives and killed the predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader lay on the ground. He did not even have the strength to laugh. He could only laugh dryly. Ability Gu is mine now. You two are very good. Whether or not you want to join my Yellow Bell tribe, I owe you two a favor. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yellow Bell tribe leader stared with wide eyes, shouting in anger. Because he saw that the rank 7 Gu immortal had secretly crawled for a while, taking away the ability Gu on the ground. What else can I do? Snatch the Gu. The rank 7 Gu immortal placed ability Gu into his immortal aperture in front of Yellow Bell tribe leader. The Yellow Bell tribe leader spat out a mouthful of blood. He fainted on the spot, falling down from the heavenly road. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Just one step, damn it, damn it. She wanted to snatch ability Gu too, but regretfully, after getting out of the predicament, her position was not good. She was the furthest away from the immortal Gu on the ground. Thus, she could only watch as the rank 7 Gu immortal succeeded. The rank 7 Gu immortal smiled at He Lulan before falling down from the heavenly road. I don't have the strength to continue. He Lulan sighed deeply. Even though she had huge gains in this trip, she did not obtain any top-tier immortal Gu. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly froze. Her palm touched something. It looks like a formless Gu worm? He Lulan concentrated. Because she was in contact with this immortal Gu, she could sense the Gu worm's strength path aura. A rank 8 formless immortal goo? What was it? Don't tell me. Hey, Lulan was overjoyed. She grabbed this mysterious immortal goo and left the heavenly road. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 5, Section 34. It was said that the human ancestor had encountered the greatest predicament of his life, thus giving birth to his seventh son, the great strength true martial. Rinzhu was also saved. Rinzhu and great strength true martial traveled together. Great strength true martial asked, "Father, where are we going next?" Rinzhu replied, "My child, you still don't know the whole story, let me tell you. I originally wanted to save your brothers and sisters, but Fate Gu arranged everything and did not allow us to reunite. Right now, we can only reunite with our loved ones by breaking free from the shackles of fate." Great Strength heard the entire story and shouted indignantly, "This Fate Gu is too hateful." At the same time, Strong Gu shouted in his heart, "Experts hate restraints the most, especially fate." Rinzhu patted Great Strength True Marshal's head, consoling, "Don't worry, I have already thought of a way. I will use Self-Gu to absorb strength and wisdom, then I will obtain Freedom Gu to break free from Fate Gu's restraints. Now, let's go to a place called Qian Kun Crystal Wall and find Wisdom Gu there." Great Strength True Martial nodded, "Then let's go together." Rinzhu and Great Strength True Martial continued to walk. The road became uneven, there were many uphill and downhill slopes. Strong Gu encouraged Great Strength True Martial, "Oh human, go and walk uphill. Even though it is hard to walk uphill, there are usually good things there." Great Strength True Martial nodded, "Experts love to walk uphill." Great Strength True Martial finally managed to climb up the slope. He looked around and shouted, "There's nothing here at all." "No, it is right beside you, quickly pick it up." Strong Gu reminded. Great Strength True Martial squatted down and touched the ground. As expected, he found a hard and formless goo. "There is something good here after all." Great Strength True Martial suddenly smiled. "So it is effort goo." Rinzhu felt strange. "My son, how did you know? We can't even see what it looks like." Great Strength True Martial scratched his head. "The moment I got it, I saw what effort goo looked like. As for why I know it is effort goo, it is because experts know how to work hard. This is natural, there is nothing strange about it." Others' effort could not be seen. The father and son continued to set off. "This is great, I have effort goo now, it is of great help to me." Great Strength True Martial walked as he looked at effort goo, he was very happy. He always chose to walk uphill. Rinzhu asked curiously, "Is effort goo very powerful? Can it directly bring you success?" Great Strength True Martial shook his head. "Effort might not lead to success, but effort will definitely have a result. Regardless of the result, it is different from not working hard." Rinzhu was worried. "My son, you have just been born, don't be deceived by goo. I was once deceived by wisdom goo. I see that every time you walk uphill, you are covered in sweat and gasping for breath. I do not see effort goo helping you at all. I have also heard rumors that effort goo can lie at times." Great Strength True Martial shook his head, wiping his sweat. "Father, you cannot see my effort, so you misunderstood. You cannot understand how much effort I put in to walk uphill. Actually, the result of my effort is below my feet, I can walk higher with each step. There are many good things on the uphill road, people cannot obtain them without effort." "Is that really the case?" Rinzhu was skeptical. Rinzhu and Great Strength True Martial continued to walk. Great Strength True Martial kept walking uphill, his status became higher and higher, thus, he obtained Authority Gu and Fortitude Gu. Later, on the way, he found Modesty Gu and Original Forgiveness Gu. These two Gu worms followed Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial asked them the reason, they replied naturally, "Because humility, forgiveness, is the privilege of experts to begin with." Because Great Strength True Martial kept walking uphill, an ability Gu appeared in his body. Great Strength True Martial pointed at ability Gu, saying to Rinzhu, "Father, look, this is the result of effort Gu. It unlocked my potential and allowed me to have my own abilities." Rinzhu asked, "Then what is the use of this ability Gu?" Great strength true marshal shook his head. I am not sure. Only by using abilities can one know what their abilities are and how strong they are. But it is definitely useful, it can help me for life. Rinzhu shook his head, he felt that his child was deceived by Gu. Rinzhu and great strength true marshal continued to walk. The road conditions became worse. Uphill was easy, but there were fewer and fewer downhill paths, while there were more uphill paths. Not just that, there were more and more predicaments on the road. Isn't there an easier path? Rinzhu felt helpless. Cognition Gu flew back to Rinzhu. Oh human, there is no helping it. The higher the value of the thing you are pursuing, the more uphill paths you have to walk, the more predicaments you have to overcome. Rinzhu and great strength true marshal had to continue walking. As expected, like Cognition Gu said, they encountered more and more predicaments, to the point where they were completely blocking their path. Rinzhu said, "Don't be afraid of predicaments, we have always had hope. But hope alone cannot defeat predicaments. At this time, I am needed." Great strength true marshal's ability Gu spoke. Great strength true marshal used his ability to defeat many predicaments. Rinzhu sighed. My son, your ability Gu is too amazing, it actually reached this stage. It seems that I underestimated your hard work and ability. Great strength true marshal smiled. Many times we do not lack abilities, we only lack opportunities to use them. Strong Gu shouted excitedly with great ambition, kill them, eat them all. That way we will become stronger. Great strength true marshal killed many predicaments, he started to eat their losses. This is the suffering? It is really bitter. But I can feel that I have become stronger. He ate the losses of the predicaments again. Great strength true marshal immediately spat out the losses. Experts do not like to suffer losses. He even ate the flesh of the predicaments. Strong Gu became bigger, great strength true marshal also became stronger than before. Strong Gu was satisfied with this change. In this world, as long as you are strong enough, you will not be bullied. Great strength true marshal gave some of the flesh to Rinzhu. Father, eat some too, you are too skinny. Rinzhu was so skinny that only bones were left. Finally, great strength true marshal threw ability Gu into the calamities. Ability Gu went through a lot of difficulties, but it got bigger and stronger. All of the calamities and difficulties were opportunities to train, stimulate, and increase one's abilities. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan looked at the two rank 8 immortal Gu in his hands. They were Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu. This time, Jean Budu's clone did a good job, he made a huge contribution. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. It turned out that not long after the Fate War, Fang Yuan had arranged for Jean Budu to go to Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Fang Yuan already knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had relevant information. Ma Hongyun had once entered it and walked on the heavenly road, obtaining Fortitude Gu. Even though Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was secretive, there were ways to enter it. If not for this, there would not be so many outsiders sacrificed in the Myriad Tribe's ceremony. Before annexing Langya sect, even though Fang Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, he did not have a way to enter. Langya sect, however, had a way. Land Spirit of Langya had once wanted to recruit Chudu, and even wanted to use Fang Yuan's help to achieve this. Because Langya sect also had this method, they wanted to send Chudu in and obtain benefits from it. The most popular paths in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were Food Path, Strength Path, and Transformation Path. Among them, Gu immortals who cultivated Strength Path were like fish in water. After Fang Yuan annexed Langya sect, this path was naturally his. He used this path to arrange for Jean Budu to enter. The gains this time were truly beyond his expectations. Fortitude Gu is very useful to me. After developing Ability Gu, my prospects will be even greater. As for He Lulan, she joined Longevity Heaven and seems to be in an important position. Unfortunately, at that time, Jean Budu's clone no longer had the strength to kill her. Fang Yuan did not have much regret. Chapter 2136. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen explored another dream realm. Deep in the clouds, Meng Qiuzhen sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff. Below him was a rumbling waterfall. Immortal, immortal. A young man covered in injuries crawled towards Fang Yuan, begging to become his disciple. You want to become my disciple? Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He was surprised as he tried to guess the rules of this new dream realm. If it were before, Fang Yuan could only test it with his own body. But now, Meng Qiuzhen had a dream path immortal goo, dream butterfly. He immediately activated dream butterfly immortal goo to investigate while trying to stall for time. You are just a mortal. Since you went through so much trouble to come to me, it must be fate. I have 3 paths, I can teach you one of them. The young man was overjoyed. He kowtowed as his forehead hit the hard rock, creating a dull sound. Meng Qiuzhen continued. The first path is formation path. Formation path pays particular attention to... Meng Qiuzhen spoke slowly. He was telling the truth. There were no lies. The young man nodded hesitantly. Lord Immortal, even though formation path cultivation is complicated, I will work hard to learn it. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, saying, No rush. I have a second path, it is strength path. Strength path is fierce and direct. Its advantages... After Meng Qiuzhen said this, the young man became even more excited. I want to learn strength path. Meng Qiuzhen smiled again. I have a third path, wisdom path. Strength path is very common, but wisdom path is very rare. It has a long history. Among them, after a long speech, the young man was extremely excited. Lord Immortal, Lord Immortal. I want to learn wisdom path the most. Please help me. At this time, Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo finally finished investigating the dream realm. The dream realm was not small, it had 8 scenes. It turned out that the immortal had once unintentionally destroyed a mortal village. The young man's parents were among them. The young man was alone. He had tasted the bitterness of the mortal world. He did not know who his enemy was. The young man went through countless hardships and finally became the disciple of an immortal. He was talented and had one of the 10 extreme physiques. He was extremely compatible with wisdom path cultivation. The young man finally found out that his enemy was his master. He took revenge. The final scene was the battle between the master and the disciple, which was extremely difficult. No matter what I teach, this disciple will learn it 100%. Moreover, he will bring forth new ideas from the old, surpassing the master. Moreover, he also cultivates wisdom path and possesses powerful wisdom path methods. So, this first scene is the best chance to weaken this disciple. Meng Qiuzhen understood. Without Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he could only test it with his own body. According to normal calculations, he would not be able to pass the first time. His soul would be injured. Meng Qiuzhen needed to recuperate. This was a waste of time and resources. Then he would regroup and explore the dream world again. But now that he had Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he had the initiative and was no longer so passive. Even though Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could only investigate, the value of crucial information was hard to estimate. Looking at the young man in front of him, Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and smiled. Then I will teach you wisdom path cultivation methods. This method isn't my original creation, but I've improved it. I call it the 9x9 multiplication formula. 9x9 multiplication formula? The young man's eyes shined. Just hearing this name made him feel that it was grand and immortal. Meng Qiuzhen continued to bluff. 9 is the extreme of numbers, 9x9 is the meaning of infinity, while multiplication is the rule of all beings. It is the essence of the great Tao of nature. It cannot be understood without comprehension ability. Come, I will teach you the first killer move, 1 by 1 by 1. The young man held his breath, his ears pricked up as he muttered, 1 by 1, 1 by 1, 1 by 1. Not long later, the final scene arrived. Master, this is my last. Shut up. Don't call me master, you evil disciple, I am not your master. No, even so, I have to call you one last time. Shut up. I nurtured you painstakingly. I taught you the strongest 9x9 multiplication formula in my life. but you repaid my kindness with enmity. No, master. No matter how angry you are, it is a fact that I killed my family. This enmity is irreconcilable. Let me call you one last time. Meng Qiuzhen did not reply. He directly activated a killer move and attacked his disciple. The disciple felt extremely stifled. He could not say the final word, master. Meng Qiuzhen wanted this effect. Because he understood this disciple, the killer move indulgence that he created was extremely impressive. It could amplify the power of all kinds of emotions in Wisdom Path. If he could say it, his mind would be clear and he would be able to activate indulgence. Once he activated indulgence, he would have a huge advantage in this dream realm. It would be very difficult for Meng Qiuzhen to pass. The battle progressed as Meng Qiuzhen expected. He attacked desperately, not giving his disciple any chance. The disciple was constantly suppressed by Meng Qiuzhen. He had no choice but to give up on indulgence. He used methods like the 9x9 multiplication formula to fight for a chance. Immortal killer move, 8x8x8x88. After dozens of rounds, the disciple finally activated this killer move. He had just activated it when the killer move failed. He suffered a huge backlash and lost most of his life. This is a wrong killer move. Master, for you. The disciple looked at Meng Qiuzhen in disbelief. My foolish disciple, let me tell you, the correct killer move is called 866. Meng Qiuzhen sneered as he attacked ruthlessly. The disciple resisted for a few rounds, but his head was still chopped off. He died with a grievance. Fang Yuan's main body was comprehending a killer move. Using goo worms alone often had all sorts of drawbacks or repercussions. To make up for the drawbacks and avoid the repercussions, goo cultivators started to try to use multiple goo worms in coordination. The development of killer moves naturally started on this basis. Killer moves were used by many goo worms at the same time. It was the art of using goo among the three aspects of nurturing, using, and refining goo worms. When goo cultivators developed killer moves, they were surprised to find that natural killer moves already existed in the natural world. Goo cultivators discovered many innate abilities from desolate beasts and desolate plants. These innate abilities had their own profundities. For example, the upper extreme heavenly eagle could enter grotto heavens and blessed lands. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had dense space path Dao marks. These Dao marks were arranged in accordance with the rules of space path. Thus it had the innate ability of freely entering grotto heavens and blessed lands. Thus, the most primitive form of killer moves were Dao marks. In this aspect, totem killer moves are the closest to this primitive form. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Totem killer moves were developed in myriad beast fusion color heaven. There was no other use for them. Totem killer moves had a high status. They were on par with normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves. They had the same status. As for using goo, other than using single goo, there were normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, ancient battle formations, current era goo formations, and immortal and mortal goo houses. But now, on top of this foundation, there was a brand new category, totem killer moves. Compared to other methods of using goo, totem killer moves had many obvious advantages. The most obvious point was that it was more convenient to use. It could be said to be used by fools. Totem killer moves required very few thoughts. They relied more on primeval essence or immortal essence. It was not like normal killer moves. When activating each goo worm, the steps were also very different. Secondly, totem killer moves had low requirements to create. The maintenance cost was also low. Normal killer moves required the goo cultivator to feed the corresponding goo worms. If the goo cultivator wanted to find a suitable goo worm, they would need to spend some time. But to cultivate totem killer moves, they only needed the corresponding food ingredients. Goo materials were naturally much easier to find than goo worms. The cost of feeding goo worms was huge, but once a totem killer move was created, it could be hidden in the body. There was no need to feed it. Of course, after it was damaged, it needed to be repaired. At that time, the goo cultivator would need to eat the corresponding food ingredients again. Thirdly, totem killer moves could be easily popularized. Many people could use them at the same time. Totem killer moves were compatible with all paths. Of course, Totem killer moves had disadvantages. For example, the cost of creating them was not low. Another example was that after a totem was added to the body, it would have a huge impact on the goo cultivator's future cultivation. After all, they were Dao marks. Another example was that even though totem killer moves were powerful, they were fixed and could be easily countered. This was similar to goo houses. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that behind the totem killer moves, there was a hint of beast strength phantoms. The talents of these demon venerables and immortal venerables are immeasurable. Even though reckless savage demon venerable's nature is somewhat unexpected, his scheming ability is also amazing. Originally, reckless savage demon venerable's grotto heaven only had strength path and transformation path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan learned from old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance that reckless savage demon venerable made use of the beastman's ultimate method to fuse his own immortal aperture into the gluttonous demon frog. This was simply a stroke of genius. It was indescribably wondrous. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary food path immemorial beast. With its immortal aperture and reckless savage demon venerable's method, myriad beast fusion color heaven had a food path environment. This food path environment was extremely crucial. Precisely because of the food path Dao marks, the goo cultivators in myriad beast fusion color heaven could use refinement path methods to create all sorts of food to cultivate totem killer moves even though their food path attainment was extremely low. If it were the outside world, without the help of a food path environment, goo cultivators would not be able to create such food so easily. This is actually food path cultivation. Fang Yuan thought of Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance. In this true inheritance, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had developed food path. He could perfect tea recipes into food path killer moves. Using goo materials to create tea, after a goo cultivator drinks it, they would gain the corresponding Dao marks. Cultivating totem killer moves in myriad beast fusion color heaven was like this in essence. Goo cultivators absorbed the Dao marks in goo materials and added them to their bodies, gradually creating totem killer moves. Totem killer moves were very suitable for their respective goo cultivators. In fact, during this process, the goo cultivator's body would automatically filter and absorb the nutrients that the body could absorb. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, his thoughts paused. Wisdom path attainment level has risen to great grandmaster level. He sensed it and made a discovery, but his expression was calm. Chapter 2137. Soon, Fang Yuan put aside the matter of raising his wisdom path attainment level. He continued to comprehend it. Be it reckless savage demon venerable or paradise earth immortal venerable, they both have deep understanding of food path. In this aspect, reckless savage demon venerable cannot compare to paradise earth immortal venerable. After all, he only used the gluttonous demon frog. But his plan to use the food path environment to nurture totem killer moves is truly ingenious. Even a person like Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. Purely cultivating totem killer moves required the goo cultivator to constantly deduce them. But in myriad beast fusion color heaven, the goo cultivator only needed to consume goo materials and use the food path environment to let their bodies select the most suitable nutrients, then let those Dao marks form naturally and form all sorts of totems. This was like using food path to make up for the lack of wisdom path, accumulating countless totem killer moves like 100 flowers bloom. And where did the goo materials that the goo cultivator consumed come from? It was naturally the continuous evolution of myriad beast fusion color heaven itself. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had a lot of transformation path Dao marks. There were many beasts and plants that mutated here. It had already formed a strong ecosystem that surpassed the 5 regions. Most of the beasts and plants that lived in myriad beast fusion color heaven were unique. There were no other branches of them. When the goo cultivator ate these constantly mutating goo materials, the totem killer moves they formed would also transform and become stronger. From this perspective, the goo cultivator was using the natural evolution of myriad beast fusion color heaven to allow the totem killer moves to evolve along with it. Eventually, it would accumulate into an astonishing result. Just from the information that Jean Boudou had obtained during his infiltration, there were more than 9,000 basic totems in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Dark Capital Strength Tiger, Rain Eagle Totem, Thunder Fish Totem, and Golden Bell Totem were just one of them. Not to mention using these basic totems as the foundation to create personal special totems. These totem killer moves are not of much help to me, but the value of their recipes is extremely high. Feng Yuan had a portion of the food path true inheritance that came from Shadow Sect. It was the most authentic food path. Not long ago, Feng Yuan obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth true inheritance. He obtained all sorts of food path killer moves, T recipes, which could increase the number of Dao marks on a Gu cultivator's body. Now, Feng Yuan obtained all sorts of recipes. He could draw out totem killer moves. Combining all kinds of accumulations, the path of food had already opened its mind and revealed its true profundity to Feng Yuan. All along I thought that food path was best at raising Gu. It could reduce the burden of raising Gu. But in reality, this was only one of the advantages of the food path. The other amazing aspect of food path is to help Gu cultivators gain Dao marks and increase their foundation. Food path's advantage was to maintain the survival of the Gu cultivator and Gu worms. They could also use all sorts of special methods to strengthen their targets. Feng Yuan already had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. His Wisdom Path deduction attainment had risen by a huge margin. Thus, Feng Yuan could modify and deduce all sorts of food path killer moves from countless recipes. There was a huge difference between food path killer moves and the killer moves of other paths. Most of the food path killer moves were used on one's own side. Feng Yuan had a lot of immortal materials. If he expended them to create food path killer moves and used them on the sovereign immortal body, he would gain a vast number of Dao marks. Feng Yuan estimated inwardly, in terms of gains, annexing Grotto Heavens gives me the most Dao marks. Each time, I gain millions of them. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology is on the brink of collapse, if I continue to do this, I will suffer huge losses. Using these food path killer moves to increase my Dao marks, even though the gains are small each time, as long as I use them multiple times, I can accumulate a huge amount. Furthermore, for the sake of Crazed Demon Cave, I need to create some food path defensive methods to defend against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul's Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss killer moves left a deep impression on Feng Yuan. He had to guard against them. At the same time, because food path was rare, ordinary Gu immortals could not defend against it effectively. Thus, if Feng Yuan developed food path offensive methods, he might be able to gain some benefits. Feng Yuan had some expectations for food path, but the extent was small. Because his opponents in Crazed Demon Cave were either Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter's food path attainment was definitely higher than Feng Yuan's. The former was a Wisdom Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, a person who had once led the Celestial Court. How could she make a mistake in a small matter like food path? The opponents are too strong. Food path is just a minor method. It is probably not useful. But I still need to develop some. At least I need to be on guard against it. In the future, when I deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will not be passive in food path. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan gave the task of refining another batch of Immortal Gu to the Time Path clone. During this period of time, the Time Path clone had been controlling 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, continuously refining rank 8 Immortal Gu. A large number of Feng Yuan's Immortal Gu had been refined to rank 8 level. The success rate of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's rank 8 refinement was too terrifying. Adding on the extremely abundant immortal material inventory and the abundant immortal essence supported by the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Feng Yuan did not face any difficulty in refining rank 8 Immortal Gu on a large scale. Most of the Immortal Gu had already been refined to rank 8. The Time Path clone had already started to refine some rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu in his free time. Feng Yuan had a vast number of Immortal Gu recipes. These Immortal Gu recipes mainly came from Langya sect, while a portion came from other inheritances. Even without Immortal Gu recipes, Fang Yuan had even more powerful wisdom path deduction methods, as well as his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He could make some gains with just a casual deduction. Some time ago, the time path clone had refined a batch of theft path immortal goo. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, so Li Xiaobai is undergoing immortal ascension. Looking at the change in luck, he still has a small obstacle. But why would this obstacle affect my main body? Looking at this situation, it seems to be related to me. Profound literature grotto heaven. Thunder rumbled, tribulation clouds covered the sky. Li Xiaobai was dressed in white, floating in the air, his body was covered in a thick cocoon of 3 qi. Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension had reached a crucial moment. Dear Li, you have to persevere. Su Qihan was extremely worried, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the sky, on the figure that she was worried about. Swoosh! A pale green lightning ball with a long tail shot down from the dark clouds towards Li Xiaobai. Su Qihan cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai activated his killer move, turning into a poem wall that blocked the lightning ball. This Li Xiaobai, he is actually mediating the 3 qi while resisting the calamity and tribulation with ease. Far away, a young man gritted his teeth with eerie eyes. If you really ascend to an immortal, I, Du Zhishao, will never be able to make a name for myself. Oh Li Xiaobai, you can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. Being in the same generation as someone like you, the others can only serve as pitiful foils. The young man, Du Zhishao, said as he sent out a trace of gray smoke. The gray smoke floated into the tribulation clouds, causing the clouds to boil. Cloud chi rumbled as 3 pale green lightning balls shot out. Chapter 2138. Seeing that the tribulation lightning was about to hit Li Xiaobai, Su Qihan flew into the sky. She disregarded her own safety and charged forward, wanting to sacrifice herself to block the tribulation lightning. Sigh, silly child. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked Su Qihan. Su Qihan saw the person and was overjoyed, calling out, "Father!" The person was the current Imperial Minister Su, a rank 7 Gu immortal of profound literature grotto heaven. Li Xiaobai is the son-in-law of our Su clan, how can I ignore him? Just stay here and don't cause trouble. Imperial Minister Su consoled Su Qihan while sighing internally. A grown girl could not be kept at home. Even though Imperial Minister Su thought highly of Li Xiaobai's potential, he had objections to his actions. Originally, Imperial Minister Su wanted to recruit Li Xiaobai as Su clan's son-in-law and teach him Su clan's inheritance, allowing Li Xiaobai to become an immortal and arrange for him to become an official in the imperial court, paving the way for him and building a pillar for Su clan. But Li Xiaobai was always wandering around outside. He did not want to become an official. This made Imperial Minister Su feel disgusted. He had tried and worked hard, but Li Xiaobai had high standards. How could he care less about a small imperial court in profound literature grotto heaven? He was one of Gue and Fang Yuan's clones. He had great ambitions. Profound literature grotto heaven could not restrain him. Even though this lad does not understand the situation, he is still a member of my Su clan, the man my daughter loves. Even though his immortal ascension was too rash, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But I still need to protect him. Imperial Minister Su sighed internally, waving his robe as a bright rainbow light shot out, intercepting the 3 pale green tribulation lightning bolts. Damn it. It is Imperial Minister Su after all. Du Zhishao saw this and trembled with anger. He shouted, I am not resigned to this. Li Xiaobai, you are too lucky to be favored by such a major character. I hate you, this is too hateful. Du Zhishao saw that his scheme was about to fail, but at this time, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground on his left. This figure flew into the sky. It was a Gu immortal. The Gu immortal had his face covered as he attacked Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su could only fight him. He had an angry expression. Good. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? He actually has such a method. The masked goo immortal purposely made his voice hoarse. Minister Su, you are an understanding person. You have a good son-in-law, but this son-in-law is too outstanding. It's better if your Su family doesn't become so powerful. From now on, don't even think about helping him. Someone is helping me. Ah, good, very good. Du Zhishao was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed and couldn't help but dance with joy. Father! Su Chi-han exclaimed from the ground, quickly help Xiaobai. Swoosh! The tribulation lightning arrived again. Li Xiaobai could only activate his killer move and form a poem wall. Du Zhishao screamed, don't even think about blocking it. Gray smoke rose from his body once more, and he actually unleashed the power of the calamity once more. The tribulation lightning destroyed the poem wall. Even though most of its power was neutralized, there were still some green flames that stuck to Li Xiaobai's body and started to burn. Xiaobai. Su Chi-han turned pale with fright and was about to rush over without a care for her own safety. This again, I was subdued by Li Xiaobai's poem talent again. I cannot accept this, I cannot accept this. This treatment should belong to me alone. But Du Zhishao screamed as a wisp of gray smoke appeared on his body again. At the same time, Du Zhishao's youthful face turned old. He turned from a young man to a middle-aged man. The gray smoke flew into the air and was finally discovered by Minister Su. You were the one behind this? Du Zhishao, you were once the #1 scholar in the world. You actually did such a thing. Du Zhishao smiled bitterly. #1 scholar in the world? I am no longer one. I will reclaim this title. Minister Su shouted. It seems that I have to kill you today. Wishful thinking. Suddenly, another person flew out from the valley on Du Zhishao's right. This goo immortal was also masked. Someone is helping me? Du Zhishao was overjoyed. The masked goo immortal and Minister Su fought. Minister Su was held back and could only watch as the gray smoke fused into the tribulation luck. The tribulation's power rose. This time, 3 pale green lightning balls shot towards Li Xiaobai. Minister Su was furious. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? The masked goo immortal smiled coldly. So what if you guessed it? Your son-in-law will not be able to block this tribulation lightning. He is dead for sure. Xiaobai. Su Chi-han shouted. Her voice was mournful and her face was filled with despair. But Li Xiaobai stretched out his hand again. In this situation, in the face of danger, my emotions are surging, inspiration is flashing in my heart. I have the urge to recite a poem again. You are still doing it? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Du Zhishao shook his head frantically. Minister Su was worried. The stimulation of danger can cause the goo cultivator's inspiration to burst forth. They can create a masterpiece on the spot and change their situation. Looking at the history of the dynasties, this has happened many times. But such things usually happen when one's potential is squeezed to the limit. It is something that can only be chanced upon. Li Xiaobai is in danger now. Xiaobai, I believe you, quickly recite it. Su Chi-han was full of confidence. Li Xiaobai coughed, sighing internally. He did not want to be so high profile, but he had no choice. His methods could not block the tribulation. He could only rely on profound literature Grotto Heaven's killer move, aid to literary talents. This killer move was used by the original owner of profound literature Grotto Heaven. As long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would remain effective. The original owner's immortal killer move. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created or recited an outstanding poem, regardless of the topic, they would be able to obtain this Grotto Heaven's perception and reward. Earlier, Li Xiaobai had recited a poem and obtained the reward, dispelling the pale green flames on his body. Thus, Li Xiaobai recited again, 8,000 mountains with no birds, 10,000 paths with no traces of humans. A fisherman on a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Once the poem was recited, the tribulation lightning faded. The effect was incredible. Good poem, a peerless poem. Fishing alone in the cold river, tranquil and cold. 1,000 mountains and 10,000 paths with a lone boat fishing. The word extinction showed extreme silence, absolute silence. Against such a backdrop, the extreme of yin gave birth to yang, and the extreme of all things reversed. Fishing in the snow immediately came to life. The painting floated, and everything became exquisite and translucent, showing the poet's ethereal and pure feelings of aloofness that transcended the mortal world. I understand, I really understand. Li Xiaobai, you never had the ambition to become an official. A person like you, such talent, I cannot bear to kill you, I'm leaving. The second masked Gu immortal sighed deeply. After praising Li Xiaobai for a while, he left. Du Zhixiao spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. This again. I know his poems are good, they are really good. But the better they are, the worse my heart feels. I am tired of hearing these praises, I am sick of hearing them. I want you to die, I want you to die. Du Zhixiao activated the gray smoke again, turning from a middle-aged man to an old man. Li Xiaobai was in danger again. Is there a need to do this? Li Xiaobai felt a headache. You want me to recite poems again? He did not want to do this, it was too conspicuous and eye-catching. It would arouse suspicion. Thus, when he became famous in the world, Li Xiaobai controlled himself and only recited 3 poems. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, he recited 2 new poems. It seemed like he was going to recite another new poem. I really don't know what to do with you, recite it. Li Xiaobai glanced at Du Zhixiao who was lying on the ground, feeling helpless. Li Xiaobai recited loudly, the white sun shines on the mountain, the yellow river flows into the sea. If one wishes to see 1,000 li, one must ascend to the next level. Li Xiaobai's crisis was resolved, his tribulation luck dissipated, the 3 qi fused and formed an immortal aperture. He became an information path Gu immortal. Oh heavens, since I was born, why was Li Xiaobai born? Du Zhixiao shouted loudly. He was extremely miserable. He had an expression of grief, indignation, helplessness, and hatred as he breathed his last. From today onwards, you are poem immortal Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su floated towards Li Xiaobai with a complex expression. He sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time, so I have been underestimating you all along. I had wanted to arrange for you to become an official in the court, but you have such great ambitions. Compared to you, I am just an ordinary person. What a joke, what a joke. From today onwards, you can travel all over the world, as long as you do not let down my daughter. What? Li Xiaobai opened his mouth. He wanted to say that becoming an official was not bad, he had resources and connections. But the poem had already been recited, his ambitions had already been expressed. Thus, Li Xiaobai could only say, Father-in-law, don't worry, I will protect Han Air. Li Xiaobai and Imperial Minister Su landed on the ground. Darling Li, you are too amazing. Your talent is as vast as the sea, you cannot be judged with common sense. Su Qihan flew to Li Xiaobai's side. Imperial Minister Su heard his daughter's words and felt a little uncomfortable, but he could not refute her. After all, he had seen everything with his own eyes. Chapter 2139. On Du Zhixiao's corpse, an immortal Gu appeared on his chest. This immortal Gu seemed to be made of crystal, it was shaped like a flea and was as big as a fist. It was curled up into a ball and did not make any sound, it was very silent. Because of this immortal Gu, a mortal like Du Zhixiao was able to affect the calamities and tribulations? Li Xiaobai cleaned the battlefield, he naturally found this immortal Gu. To activate immortal Gu, immortal essence was needed. However, there were some special cases that were not bound by this rule. It seems that even mortals can use this mystical immortal Gu. Su Qihan said, This immortal Gu is very rare, let me check it. Imperial Minister Su looked at this immortal Gu as he showed a peculiar expression, using an information path method. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path grotto heaven that had always focused on searching and accumulating information. Although Profound Literature Paradise lived in seclusion, it had never been bold enough to shut itself off from the outside world. It had always maintained close contact with the outside world. Moreover, Minister Su was an important minister of the imperial court and had a high level of authority. He could investigate many secrets and important news of the imperial court. Soon, he got the result. This immortal goo is actually Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo? This was the first time Su Chi-han had heard of it. Imperial Minister Su explained in detail. Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is a Heaven Path Goo worm. Similar to it are Heaven's Fury Immortal Goo and Heaven's Sorrow Immortal Goo. This type of Heaven Path Immortal Goo cannot be activated even by rank 9 Goo Venerables. Father, your information is wrong, right? We clearly saw Du Ji Xiao using this Immortal Goo earlier. We are making things difficult for Brother Li. Su Chi-han immediately retorted. Minister Su shook his head. I'm not done yet. Immortal Goo like Heaven's Jealousy was quite special. It could resonate with jealousy and be activated by itself. But the price was huge. The lifespan of the Goo cultivator needed to be shortened. Because of this, Du Jixiao turned from a young man to a middle-aged man, and from a middle-aged man to an old man. Su Chi-han was stunned. She couldn't help but think of the Legends of Rinzhu. She said, I remember that the Legends of Rinzhu has a similar record. Don't tell me Strength Goo and Wisdom Goo are also Heaven Path Goo worms? Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. I can't be sure either. Even though this is what is written in the Legends of Rinzhu. But Heaven Path Goo worms could not be used by Goo cultivators. The most famous example was Fate Goo. You've all witnessed the scene of the fated war. Su Chi-han pouted unhappily, thinking, I thought this Immortal Goo would be useful to Li Lang, but to think it is a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo needed jealousy to activate on its own. But my dear Li is a magnanimous man, a remarkable man in the world. How could he have such emotions? Moreover, the price of activating Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is too high. I will lose too much lifespan. Imperial Minister Su saw his daughter's disappointment. He smiled and said to Li Xiaobai, Xiaobai, this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is yours. How you deal with it is your business. But if you can hand over this goo to the Imperial Court, according to our Imperial Court's calendar, we will give you some compensation. Su Chi-han's eyes lit up. Li Xiaobai pondered, then can we exchange for Information Path Immortal Goo? Minister Su hesitated. This, Su Chi-han quickly grabbed Imperial Minister Su's sleeves and said coquettishly, Father, our Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is rank 7, we will suffer some losses and exchange for a rank 6 Information Path Immortal Goo. The old man's smile became even wider. In this world, it is not easy to be a bad person, but it is even harder to be a good person. Because when a good person wants to defeat a bad person, they also need to hold onto their morals and conscience. Shang Xnci, this old man is only giving you a method. What you want to do will depend on your own will. Shang Xnci did not hesitate. Thank you, senior. Your method is very good. I have decided to give it a try. Very good. The old man laughed. This is what I admire about you the most. You have a kind heart, but you are not inflexible. You know how to be flexible. You can use all kinds of methods to deal with evil. In this world, being a pure good person is suicidal. They might even harm themselves and their friends. But you're not. You're a practical, genuinely useful, good person. The old man finally said, This goo worm contains a goo immortal true inheritance. I think this is the most suitable cultivation path for you. You can take a look, whether you want to cultivate it or not, it is your choice. Saying so, The old man's image quickly vanished. At the same time, a goo worm slowly flew up from the pair of goo worms on the table, floating in the air. Shang Xnci carefully received it and looked at it with her mind. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she muttered, "Good deed, goo." Shangliang Mountain was divided into outer city and inner city. And the inner city was further divided into first, second, third, fourth, and fifth inner cities. The first inner city was the center of Shang clan's political power. It was also an important military area, and Shang Xinc's residence. The second inner city was also known as Famer City. It was only provided for Shang clan disciples to stay in. They needed tokens to enter. Feng Tianyu stayed in the third inner city. In the third inner city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The whole of the inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking at it, there was a sea of starlight. One's vision was clear. There were few people on the streets here. It was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. There were no inns, only gardens. The rent for small gardens was 30 yuan stone per day. Large gardens even cost more than 100 yuan stone per day. Feng Tianyu stayed in one of the large gardens. He drank high-quality tea, lying on a soft bed with the door wide open, looking at the cool breeze and light rain in the courtyard, as well as the beautiful scenery of the swaying bamboo forest. Brother Feng is really in a good mood. Shang Xnc's voice suddenly resounded. Feng Tianyu's body and mind shook. He almost fell off the bed. But at the next moment, he reacted. The goo worms in his aperture were ready to attack. He slowly turned around. Seeing Shang Xnci, he forced himself to calm down. So it is Shang clan leader who has come. It is my great fortune. Lord clan leader, your methods are really amazing. You know I have set up at least 3 layers of goo formations here. But you are so stealthy, coming and going as you please. Where in the world can't you go? Feng Tianyu inwardly mocked Shang Xnc's thief-like actions, but Shang Xnci was not angry. She retorted, "How can my methods compare to Brother Feng's?" Brother Feng caused a ruckus in the entire Shang clan market yesterday because of the fake goo rampaging on the streets. I, the Shang clan leader, almost lost all my face. Feng Tianyu's heart shook. He did not expect Shang Xnci to discover him so quickly. How can this be? I am confident the fake goo did not leave behind any clues. Did Shang Yizi make a mistake? Feng Tianyu thought to himself as he sat up, refusing to admit it. Lord clan leader, don't scare me. The crime of fake goo is not something a small character like me can bear. Shang Xnci chuckled, walking a few steps to the door, looking at it with her back facing Feng Tianyu. Brother Feng still doesn't understand? What I have confirmed, even if there is no evidence, it is the truth. Feng Tianyu was shocked. This Shang Xnc's benevolent reputation is widely known, but today, I see that she is such a domineering person. He felt immense pressure. Shang Xnci suddenly spoke and revealed her true body, causing Feng Tianyu to fall into an extremely passive state. Because Feng Tianyu was lying on the couch, his posture was very bad. He could only be on guard, using words to argue with Shang Xnci. He then used the chance to adjust his posture, going from a half-lying position to a half-sitting position. But Shang Xnci did not seem to notice it. She walked past Feng Tianyu and arrived at the door, facing the courtyard with her back facing Feng Tianyu. She did not care about Feng Tianyu's secret actions. She even gave Feng Tianyu a chance to attack from behind. But Feng Tianyu did not dare to move. Shang Xnc's confidence made Feng Tianyu very nervous and wary. Although his cultivation level was similar to Shang Xnci, he had already subconsciously placed himself in a weaker position. Shang Xnci slowly turned around, smiling. Brother Feng, come and work for me. What? Feng Tianyu stared with wide eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Shang clan leader, do you know how much Shang Yizi paid to hire me? Shang Xnci chuckled. No matter how much he paid, you will not be able to reject my offer. Feng Tianyu let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes shined with bright light as he slowly stood up. The moment Shang Xnci recruited him, he instantly understood that Shang Xnci did not have the confidence to resolve the fake Gu crisis. If not for that, she could have led a large group of people here to kill Feng Tianyu. So she still has something to ask of me. Feng Tianyu gained the upper hand mentally. He carefully sized up Shang Xnci as he said with an indescribable smile, "Then I am all ears. I believe that the Grand Shang clan leader's offer will match your status." Shang Xnci raised her right index finger. "First, your life." Feng Tianyu's expression changed, his voice was as cold as ice. "Clan leader is certain that you have me?" Shang Xnci smiled calmly. "Relax, brother Feng, you have rank 5 cultivation level. Don't be nervous." Feng Tianyu's heart shook, she actually knew his true cultivation level. Since she came prepared, the situation might be really dangerous this time. Shang Xnci continued, "Besides this, if you perform well, you might even be summoned by Lord Feng Yuan." "What?" Feng Tianyu's expression changed again. Shang Xnci continued, "No need to make such a big fuss, brother Feng, I know much more than you think. I will tell you the truth, you should know a thing or two about my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan." Chapter 2144. In the number 1 inner city of Shangliang Mountain, Shang Xnci was handling government affairs. Second, the inner city has been repaired, the fake Gu incident has also been dealt with. Shang Xnci looked at an information path mortal Gu in her hands as she smiled. Next, she used her primeval essence to add new information to this information path Gu worm. She set down a policy. In the name of making up for the losses caused by the fake Gu incident, all goods in Shang clan stores were discounted. In this way, not only can the Shang clan's reputation be greatly restored, but we can also earn a sum of yuan stone to make up for the deficit in the clan treasury caused by the double compensation. Shang Xnci's fingers relaxed slightly, this information path mortal Gu flashed with light as it flew out of the study room. Shang Xnci took out another information path mortal Gu from the table. The information on the mortal Gu came from Shang Qiwen. After Shang Buli resigned, Shang Xnci handed over Shangliang Mountains Market to Shang Qiwen to manage. The information in the information path mortal Gu said that there was a group of sellers who were hoarding goods in the market to raise prices. Shang Qiwen's proposal was to kill them all. Alas, for the sake of their own selfishness, who knows how many commoners have been harmed by these people. Shang Xnci sighed. After thinking about it, she added new content to the information path mortal Gu. Only kill the main culprit, let the rest go. After releasing this information path Gu worm, the third letter Gu sent a distress message. At the border of Shang clan's territory, a village was facing a beast tide and was in danger of being destroyed. This village was a vassal of Shang clan, but it only had a few rank 3 Gu masters and its presence was rather low. Saving people is like putting out a fire. This kind of distress message should be sent urgently. Why did it go through the normal political channels? Shang Xnci frowned. She understood the reason behind it. The subordinates all knew Shang Xnci's character. They knew that she would do her best to save them. But in the current situation, all kinds of inheritances were being fought over. The great era was about to begin. Shang clan's immortals and mortals were all extremely busy. It was a huge waste of manpower to do such a thankless rescue job. It was a huge loss of future profits. Looking at the time, I'm afraid it's already too late. The human heart, the human heart. Shang Xnci often felt insignificant. Just like now, she could only sense the thoughts of her subordinates, but she couldn't change them. The longer she sat on the Shang clan leader's seat, the more powerless she felt. Compared to the Shang clan and the world, she was nothing. Maybe this is the reason why almost all Gu cultivators desperately pursue strength. Shang Xnci thought about it for a while, before finally dispatching a group of Gu masters to travel 1,000 li to rescue them. Even if it was very likely that by the time the rescue team arrived, the village would have already been destroyed by the beast tide. In the fourth information path Mortal Gu, there was a good thing. Around Shangliang Mountain, they discovered a new Qi Path resource point. They needed to station a force in Shangliang Mountain or support a nearby village. Information path Mortal Gu. After Mortal Gu were released by Shang Xnci, Gu worms flew into the study room from time to time. Unknowingly, the night passed and it was already dawn. An information path Mortal Gu shining with golden light flew towards Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci's heart skipped a beat. It's a mission from above. Shang Xnci quickly received it and probed it with her mind. This information path Mortal Gu was indeed talking about a huge matter. It was related to the fight for the Fur Paradise. This method specialized in the cultivation of the soul. It was divided into 2 levels. The first level was man-soul. It started from 10-man-soul, 100-man-soul, 1,000-man-soul, and so on, up to 100 million-man-soul at the highest. 100 million-man-soul was the limit of the human body. It started to turn from phantom to solid, interfering with matter. The second level was desolate soul. Because Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found a way to break through the limits of man's soul. After breaking through to desolate soul, the essence of the soul had already changed. Just the soul alone could have the battle strength of a desolate level soul beast. Fang Yuan's soul had already reached desolate soul level. His soul cultivation had never stopped. It had already reached 60 million desolate soul. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul, 100,000 desolate soul, 1 million desolate soul, 10 million desolate soul, 100 million desolate soul. At 100 million desolate soul, there were 3 6,000 arms demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength. They could directly resist all kinds of myriad tribulations, defy heaven and earth, slaughter deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was also the peak of the entire soul foundation. It was the limit that the whole world could contain. 100 million desolate soul had 3 heads and 1,000 arms. Fang Yuan had not reached it yet. Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was similar to Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. They both had 2 heads and over 600 arms. Spectral Soul's cultivation method is truly amazing. This soul alone has the battle prowess of a pseudo-immortal paragon. If it uses immortal essence, it can even activate a killer move. Most importantly, this killer move is not activated by Gu worms. It is an arrangement of Dao marks. It is almost an innate ability. Fang Yuan pondered. When his soul manifested earlier and fought alone, the surging soul river he spat out was a reference to Spectral Soul's ability during the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan followed Spectral Soul's method and turned the soul core killer move he learned into soul path Dao marks, imprinting them on his soul. Thus, this soul river killer move became an innate ability of Fang Yuan's soul. In the future, as long as the relevant Dao mark arrangement was not destroyed, Fang Yuan could quickly activate it without using any Gu worms. This was an extremely simple, convenient, and quick method. Soul cultivation innate ability, totem killer move, formation path great grandmaster using natural Dao marks to set up formations. All sorts of methods will eventually lead to the same goal. With Fang Clan's supply, I do not lack soul cores. It is not difficult to cultivate to the peak of 100 million desolate soul. This method can be used as one of my trump cards. I cannot use it casually outside. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were monitored by Providence. If Fang Yuan used this method, Providence would know. But there was no such threat in the sovereign immortal aperture. Let's see how the situation is. Fong Yuan activated cooking luck pot again, inspecting his luck. Fong Yuan frowned. His luck was not good. During this period of time, his silver light pillar was getting looser, it was showing signs of collapsing. At the top of the silver light pillar, the three clouds were also changing. The starlight cloud held the upper hand. This indicated that star constellation Immortal Venerable was the biggest threat. And below them was Spectral Soul's pitch-black luck cloud. Is there a chi path immortal material buried deep underground? It has no source, how can there be so much chi path soil? Feng Tianyu trudged along the way, feeling more and more suspicious. He was a refinement pathmaster after all, he had great knowledge. He looked around and finally stopped at a place, ordering Ni Jian to dig with all his might. However, after spending 2 days and 2 nights, Feng Tianyu did not find anything good after digging deep underground. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortals secretly took away Hu Land, they had naturally dealt with it. Even Gu Immortals would not be able to find anything by just looking at the Chi Path soil here. After all, during this period of time, Chi tides had swept the world, Chi Path Gu materials were growing everywhere. Western Desert. Sand heap blessed land was constantly being explored because of the Chi tides. However, the environment here was very dangerous. In the sky, intense winds raged, carrying sand and cutting people's faces like knives. On the ground, there were undulating waves of sand. If one was careless, they would be buried by the sand waves that were several meters tall. The only place people could step on were the sandbags that were exposed in the sand waves. There were big and small sandbags, even the smallest one was the size of a small mountain. In the space inside the sandbag, not only was it peaceful, there were also large amounts of cultivation resources. At this time, in a sandbag, a group of Gu masters were surrounding a rank 5 Gu material, the atmosphere was solemn. I saw this wisdom bead grass first. Bullshit. We were the ones who discovered it first. Everyone who saw it has a share, what is the point of talking about who discovered it first? The Gu masters were arguing, when suddenly, one of them attacked. The others were caught off guard, the one who was sneak attacked was heavily injured on the spot, shouting in anger, "Emoli, you have guts, you actually dared to attack me." The other Gu masters immediately scattered, guarding against each other while staring at the Gu master who attacked. This Gu master had a middle-aged appearance, his head was wrapped in a white headscarf, he had a beard and triangular eyes that shone with a cold light. He sneered, "Among everyone, I am most wary of you. Now that you are heavily injured, my biggest obstacle is gone. Ha, you are all going to die." The Gu masters present were stunned before erupting in anger. "Emoli, you have gone mad. All right, let me see what ability you have to say such words. Hee, you have angered everyone. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this bastard first." Facing the encirclement, Emoli was eager to give it a try, his battle intent surging. "Come, I will show you my true strength." His whole body started to flicker with blue lightning. Next, he slowly floated up into the air. This is the might of Gu Immortals. It is truly terrifying. Even though I have the golden red armor, I cannot block the aftershocks of their battle. Emoli peaked, his heart was pounding and his mouth was dry. Emoli observed carefully and gradually found out the specific situation. Several Gu Immortals were attacking one person. This besieged Gu Immortal was laughing loudly and provoking others, he was not worried about his own situation at all. In the chaotic battle, another figure suddenly joined the battle. But this newly joined Gu Immortal quickly retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Gu Immortal who was attacked by this figure shouted anxiously, "Ling Husu, you dare to steal my Fong clan's things." Ling Husu laughed loudly, "Who asked you to be the closest to me? To think that you have so many soul cores." It seems that Fong clan's actions in Green Ghost Desert were very effective. Fong clan's Gu Immortal was anxious and furious. "Ling Husu, I advise you to put down these soul cores. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Peng Da's soul gritted his teeth. Uncle Emoli, you are a rank 5 Gu master, while he is only a child, a mortal. Why are you trying to kill him? I once met Uncle Emoli. He was the one who saved me from the desert. He was the one who told me to help each other when making a living outside. Uncle, don't let hatred cloud your conscience. You are not such a person. Shut up. Emoli was furious. He waved his hand and sent Peng Da's soul flying. How do you know I am not such a person? Even if I was not in the past, now, people change. Emoli walked towards the petrified Wang Xiao heir. Since you do not want me to speak, I will search your soul. Wang Xiao heir suddenly screamed, pointing at Peng Da's soul. Ghost, a ghost appeared, it is a ghost. Peng Da's soul, making a fuss over nothing. Do you believe that I will turn you into a ghost later? Emoli punched Wang Xiao heir, sending him to the ground. The moment he said that, a mystical existence suddenly appeared and laughed. Good, very good. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Emoli, Wang Xiao heir, and Peng Da's soul's expressions froze. 3 pairs of eyes stared at this existence that suddenly appeared. Wang Xiao heir shouted, a pig that can talk? But why does it only have a pig's head and no body? Oli, however, was shaking in excitement. Fool, this is Sand Heap Blessed Land's land spirit. Emoli walked towards the land spirit. Speak, land spirit, what are your conditions for becoming a master? The pig-headed land spirit floated above Wang Xiao heir's head, looking down at him. My condition is very simple, whoever can take the most beating will be my master. Next, it smiled at Wang Xiao heir. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Peng Da's soul came to a realization. I understand, no wonder that Gu immortal outside called Shirkong was so arrogant, trying all ways to take a beating. The pig-headed land spirit smiled. That Gu immortal was beaten up by an ancient desolate beast for a while, thus he met me and learned about the conditions. But he did not understand, it was not the person who was beaten up more fiercely and suffered more injuries that could become the blessed land's master. Taking a beating is a great undertaking. Not only does it require the ability to take a beating, it also requires perseverance and an indomitable spirit to take a beating. Look at this young man, he is clearly lying, but even when he is being beaten up, he is still stubborn in front of an existence so strong that he cannot resist. This kind of spirit to take a beating is very admirable. So there is such a saying. Emoli's eyes immediately shined with bright light. At this moment, he saw hope in competing for the blessed land's master position. The continuous battle in the sky was still going on. But as the attacking Gu immortals fought, they felt something amiss. Shirkong, this is your strength after closed cultivation? You are already having difficulty speaking. If we did not hold back, you would have been beaten to death already. A Gu immortal sneered. Shirkang's face was already swollen from the beating, his vision was blurry, but he laughed loudly. Fu Shua. I am very good at it. My claws are very good, let's meet up again in the fog, it is an unwritten rule. Another Gu immortal said, seeing that our tribe and Shir tribe have a close relationship and have an alliance agreement, Shirkong, step down. How many times have you vomited blood from the beating? If you continue, you will vomit everything. Shirkong wanted to retort, but he suddenly lowered his head and vomited a mouthful of blood. Feng Pai. I have too many acupoints, I can only vomit 1 or 2 acupoints. Feng Dong, she sneered. Shirkong, even if you are most proficient in defensive killer moves and can turn into a rockman, you cannot hold on anymore. This battle has already made you the laughingstock of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. If you continue, you will lose your limbs. Feng Yuan can trample Celestial Court underfoot. It is absolutely easy for him to deal with our Feng clan. Fang Yuan cannot be defeated. Besides this, our clan's transaction with Fang Yuan is also fruitful. Fang Yuan has many immortal materials. He is currently our clan's most important trading partner. Fang Dong, she said awkwardly, but the number of soul cores this time is not enough. Tomorrow is the time to deliver the goods. What reason can we use to delay it? If Fang Yuan investigates, he will understand the truth. But if we don't lie and tell the truth, won't the value of cooperation in Fang Yuan's eyes greatly decrease? Fang Dichang pondered, we need to tell the truth. But since we are not familiar with the soul cores, we will use other things to make up for it. As long as we can satisfy Fang Yuan, isn't it fine? Fang Huasheng was extremely vexed. Fang Yuan has a large number of venerable true inheritances and has extremely high standards. Our Fang clan indeed has some things that can satisfy Fang Yuan. But all of these things are our Fang clan's foundation. We can't hand over our foundation just because it was stolen by Ling Hu Su, right? Fang Dichang laughed heartily. Your thinking is too serious. In my opinion, this matter is very easy to resolve. Fang Gong asked, what's the plan? Fang Dichang said, didn't we already soul search that Wang Shao heir's body? Even though he is only a mortal, he is filled with mysteries and his experiences are quite wondrous. We have information about Hu Land. This secluded domain of heaven and earth should already be in Wu clan's hands. We might as well tell this information to Fang Yuan. He should be satisfied. Will this work? Someone was doubtful. Fang Dichang shook his head. Don't think of Fang Yuan as one of us. Spectral Soul and Qing Chou are already dead. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was suppressed and Qi Si Ancestor was also defeated by him. He is now the #1 person in the world. Even if Wu clan is the #1 superforce in southern border, it cannot protect Hu Land. Fang Gong nodded. Then let's do this. If Fang Yuan is not satisfied, we can only bleed again. Next he sighed. It is a pity about Hu Land. If only our clan knew about it, we would hide it and excavate it secretly. But now, we can only give it to Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang had a solemn expression. Fang Yuan should be satisfied. This person is very terrifying. What is terrifying about him is not just his strength, but also his breadth of mind. Those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. His breadth of mind and shrewdness are simply unfathomable. What makes me shudder is that even though he is the #1 person in the world, he is still willing to make a deal with us. He will not show off if he can. This person is not someone our Fang clan can deal with, and also not someone the Celestial Court can deal with. I'm afraid only the resurrection of a legendary venerable can deal with such a terrifying demon. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Yellow Heaven. In a certain corner of Ni clan, a Gu master who had been unconscious for several days finally woke up in a daze. I have also condensed an immortal Gu in my body. The Gu master's face was pale, but he could not conceal his joy. From today onwards, am I going to reach the peak of my life? The Gu master was very excited. He had rank 4 cultivation level and had come into contact with Ni clan secrets. He had a good understanding of them. In the whole of Ni clan, there are 3 Gu masters who survived after the difficulty of bloodline condensation, including me, that is 4 people with immortal Gu. Once I have an immortal Gu, I will be Ni clan's 4th elder, even if my cultivation level has not reached rank 5. The Gu master's mind was filled with plans for a beautiful future, but he did not know that his condition these days, and even his current thoughts, were all seen by Fang Yuan. Since ancient times, the first principle of a leader was almost always one: show kindness and authority. Fang Yuan didn't lack authority, so once the exchange list appeared, many people's hearts were changed. Shi Zong absolutely didn't dare to betray Fang Yuan. and also saw the benefits of following Fang Yuan. He thought for a long time and decided to take the risk and accept this mission. He didn't do it sneakily, but openly. Thus, soon, the news of him accepting the first mission spread throughout the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. Shizong is an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. If he can pass the tribulation this time, he can advance to rank 8. Let's see what this mission is all about. Sigh, I also want to accept this mission. But to think Shizong actually took the initiative. This is a great chance to express my loyalty to Master. Not long after Shizong accepted the mission, he was summoned by Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone ordered on the spot to manage Shizong's immortal aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Shizong opened his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone personally took charge and stuffed Earth Path immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Worry soil, green lake rotten soil, drill soil, extreme lake soil, heaven shrouding dust, great bright mud, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, thousand-year jade essence, dark ink stone, marrow sucking rock, hate water rock, round Kuan stone, hibiscus stalactite milk, stone heart liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. A large number of Earth Path immortal materials made Shizong dumbfounded. After reacting, Shizong's heart jumped in fright. The cause of Gu immortal calamities and tribulations is the heavenly Tao's restriction. My Earth Path foundation has risen to such a shocking level, the grand tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary Gu immortals wish for their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible, but Master is the complete opposite. He wants the grand tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the day of tribulation arrived. Fang Yuan's main body came to an ordinary sea surface in Eastern Sea. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let Shizong out. After Shizong met with Fang Yuan, he quickly placed his immortal aperture and placed his blessed land in this world. The blessed land's entrance opened and began to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth qi. Fang Yuan stood outside the door. He could not enter. He had too many Tao marks. He had once attacked Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, but he could not enter, not to mention this tiny rank 7 blessed land. The grand tribulation appeared on time. First, Heaven Path Tao marks descended, then these Heaven Path Tao marks turned into Tao marks of other paths according to Shizong's blessed land situation. These Tao marks were mainly of Earth Path. The converted Tao marks used and consumed heaven and earth qi to form the calamities and tribulations. During this process, if Fang Yuan used Big Family Qi Gu, he could absorb the calamity qi and weaken the power of the Grand Tribulation. But now, Fang Yuan hoped that the Grand Tribulation would be as strong as possible. The Grand Tribulation completely formed, Shizong's expression changed. Yellow heaven dust cloud. Amazing, they saw that my immortal aperture is being developed too well, there are too many Earth Path resources, so they are targeting them. The yellow heaven dust cloud would emit stronger and stronger suction force, sucking all the Earth Path resources in the immortal aperture into the cloud. The more Earth Path resources were absorbed, the stronger the Grand Tribulation, the larger the range of the yellow heaven dust cloud, the denser it was, the stronger the suction force would be. Among all the Grand Tribulations, the yellow heaven dust cloud was one of the most hated ones. Shizong tried several killer moves. Even though they were effective against such a huge yellow heaven dust cloud, their effect was negligible. I can only rely on Master now. Shizong's expression was pale. Right at this time, Shizong saw dazzling and colorful totems flying out of Fang Yuan's body, entering the yellow heaven dust cloud through the Blessed Land's entrance. There were many types of totems, they were of all shapes and sizes. There were ferocious tigers and leopards, nimble deer and rabbits, lush trees and rolling rocks. But no matter which one it was, they all had the aura of rank 8. Shizong's mind and body shook. Oh heavens! These 20 or so killer moves are all at rank 8 level. Master's strength is so terrifying. These were all totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had obtained the method to nurture thousands of basic totems from Zhan Budu. He had been cultivating this move in his free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred ground for cultivating totem killer moves. It would be very difficult to cultivate totems outside this place. Because there was no such environment, almost all recipes would lose their effect in the outside world. But Feng Yuan was different. He had deep food path attainment. He modified these recipes and meat soups to form all sorts of killer moves. Using these food path killer moves, Feng Yuan expended a vast amount of goo materials to form over 20 totems. These totems were all rank 8 level. After careful selection by Feng Yuan, they naturally had great power. What was even more amazing was that once these totem killer moves were formed, they were simply too easy to activate. Feng Yuan willed and instantly activated these 20 or so totems at the same time. That was to say, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he had the sovereign immortal body that he could cultivate so many totems of different paths without any restraints. Other goo immortals would not be able to do this. Shizong was tongue-tied. Because in an instant, the originally incomparably thick yellow dust clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth were completely torn apart by these totems. Too cruel, too terrifying. Shizong's mind was in turmoil. But even though the Grand Tribulation was violently destroyed, it did not stop. It was still trying to gather. But the moment a trace of the yellow dust cloud was formed, it was torn to pieces by the totems at almost the same time. Providence did not give up, but the totems were even more ferocious. For some reason, Shizong felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenman Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven's Worker's Substitute. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Feng Yuan stood outside the door and refined all the Heaven Path Dao marks that formed the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained Heavenly Mark was inside Shizong's blessed land. Chapter 2156. Thousands of years ago. Southern border, Human Smoke Mountain. The cave at the peak of the mountain quietly opened as an old and frail goo immortal walked out. He had a defeated expression. In the past, he could not find lifespan goo and could only use other methods to extend his lifespan. Now that his lifespan was up, even if he found lifespan goo or used other methods, it would be useless. To think that I, the Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator, but in the end, still lost to lifespan. How sad, how hateful. Chai Fu's heart was filled with anger, but also sorrow that was as deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain in a numb state, but the village at the foot of the mountain surprised him. Before I went into closed cultivation, there was no one here. Why is it so lively after so many years? I, the Grand Rank 8 Goo Immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout Southern Border's Goo Immortal world, do not have long to live. You mortals, on the other hand, are living a lively life. Looking at the men and women working in the village and the children playing around, Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged. He almost wanted to slaughter all the villagers. But at the next moment he forcefully closed his eyes. His body trembled for a while before gradually calming down. Chai Fu suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, smiling bitterly. Although I, Chai Fu, am not a good person, I will not offend those who do not offend me. I have never slaughtered the innocent. Sigh, so be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 venerables could not escape death, right? It is easy for Gu immortals to live long, but how difficult is eternal life? Chai Fu had already recalled his life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life. Right now, he was living a carefree life. Since he had nothing to do, Chai Fu disguised himself as an old Gu master passing by and went to the village. Is he an old doctor who travels the mountains? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu naturally agreed, thus he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Although there were Gu masters in the village, the highest cultivation was only rank 3, they were not proficient in healing. Many villagers asked Chai Fu for help, and with Chai Fu's ability, he was able to heal their illnesses easily. Chai Fu thus gained even more respect, and at the same time he also found out the origin of this village. So these people are my bloodline from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel a lingering fear and rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't slaughter the innocent back then. Immediately after, Chai Fu started to think about the meaning of life. Perhaps fate has arranged for me to leave something behind. Chai Fu had long thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now he had taken another step forward. While I was in closed cultivation, I gained inspiration and came up with a human path killer move. Looks like fate doesn't shoot randomly. It wants me to use this trick here. This killer move was Virtuous Person Trapped. Chai Fu originally wanted to think of a method to extend his lifespan, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. Talents in the Urn was a human path immortal move. It could secretly gather most of the aptitudes of humans into a small group of people. Chai Fu used this as a foundation and the human smoke mountain as a geographical advantage to establish his own superpower, the Chai family. Since the establishment of the Chai family, they had been actively raising humans with other surnames. Next, he used the killer move Sage Entrapment to transfer a vast number of external clansmen's aptitudes to Chai clan's clansmen. Therefore, the Chai family's younger generation had always been full of geniuses. Meanwhile, those external humans had mediocre aptitudes and could not cause much trouble. What made them feel even more despair was that even if they resisted, the Southern Alliance would not be able to provide them with any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, it might not be able to protect them. Chai clan's human smoke mountain had a vast number of humans. If they really fought, these humans were Chai clan's weakness, they would not be able to protect them. In history, Ba clan and Xia clan made things difficult for Chai clan because of this. As long as they threatened human smoke mountain, Chai clan would not dare to attack them. At this point in the negotiations, Chai clan was already leaning towards working with Feng Yuan. There was no other way. The enemy was too strong while they were too weak. Only one person, Chai Kaching, spoke. Everyone listen to me, shut up. Chai Gon could not bear it anymore. He waved his hand and sealed Chai Kaching, making her unable to move. Chai Kaching had a shocked expression. She had never expected her clan's first supreme elder to do this. This method also caused the 3 variant human immortals' pupils to shrink. Chai Gon's move did not leak the slightest bit of aura during the whole process. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human Gu immortals could not determine what path this killer move was. Chai clan was a super force of southern border after all. It had its foundation. Chai Gon's expression was cold as he stared at one of the Chai clan Gu immortals. Chai Dui Shan, take good care of this junior of yours. Chai Dui Shan immediately walked to Chai Kaching's side and placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kaching's body was strengthened again. Chai Kaching's heart shook, her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her eyes and looked at the ancestor who had once been so great in her heart. Soon her eyes turned red. Seeing this, the three variant human goo immortals had the same thought at the same time. The situation was set. One day later, human Smoke Mountain was suddenly attacked by a beast calamity that was rarely seen in 100 years. An Earth Path immemorial desolate beast drilled out of the ground, just when Chai Clan's headquarters were empty. At this time, Chai Clan's immortals were moving around, fighting for many blessed lands, inheritances and so on. Only a few rank 6 goo immortals were left in the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, Chai Clan's goo immortals, led by Chai Kuching, brazenly used a killer move without caring about Chai Clan's losses. This move dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. Although the immemorial desolate beast was eradicated, human Smoke Mountain suffered heavy damage, almost turning into a huge pit. Fortunately, a portion of the clansmen were saved. Although there is a difference between mortals and immortals, in the eyes of my Chai Clan, there is no difference. Human lives are of utmost importance. The lives of mortals and goo immortals are equally precious. Chapter 2159. Central Continent. Deep in the Earth Trench. In a dark and eerie cave, two cold lights suddenly shone. This was by Ningbing's gaze. She had ended her secluded cultivation. Not only did she cultivate an ice and snow killer move, she even gained some understanding of ice and snow path invisibility. I can clearly feel that my understanding of ice and snow has deepened. I am not far from Grandmaster Realm. Bai Ningbing muttered. It is a pity that ever since I turned into a dragon man, the efficiency of my ice and snow path comprehension has clearly fallen. My current master level attainment is mostly due to my previous accumulation. Bai Ningbing previously had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. She had a great advantage in cultivating ice and snow path and soul path. Her attainment levels could rise rapidly. But after transforming into her body, this aspect was affected. Dragon men were skilled in enslavement path. If Bai Ningbing switched to cultivating enslavement path, she would have an advantage as well. But this advantage could not compare to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's help in ice and snow path and soul path cultivation. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques was definitely stronger than the aptitude of variant human races. Bai Ningbing carefully left the cave. This cave was naturally formed. It was on one side of the mountain wall of the Earth Trench. Bai Ningbing quietly activated her killer move Aura Concealment Ice Pearl, and soon, a thin thread of ice appeared on her neck, coiling around her elegant neck. This move was created by Bai Ningbing. It did not originate from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer moves that Bai Ningbing used after this would not leak any aura, because these auras were already stored, turning into tiny ice beads arranged on the ice thread. The weakness of this move was that it would sacrifice some of the killer move's power, and if there were too many of these ice beads, they would fuse into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ningbing's neck, injuring or even killing her. To explore this Earth Trench, I need a method to conceal my aura. Bai Ningbing had a calm expression. She quietly used an investigative killer move to look around. After she came out of Earth Treasury, she had been cultivating in the depths of the Earth Trench. She was chased by wild beasts and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he had Bai Xiang. Even a fragment could make Bai Ningbing immortal, otherwise Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. There are 3 primordial desolate beasts and an ancient desolate beast horde in a radius of 50 kilometers. Bai Ningbing quickly understood the situation. She only had rank 7 cultivation level, and the environment here was very dangerous. Even rank 8 goo immortals would find it hard to explore. The other side of the huge risk was the huge reward. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing couldn't use it herself, She could sell it in jewel-yellow skies and buy what she needed. Bai Ningbing was born to be adventurous. Most people would live such a life in fear, but she was immersed in it. She enjoyed the thrill of repeatedly going back and forth between life and death. Although it's dangerous to cultivate here, there's still a chance of survival. Returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be even more dangerous. Whether it's Feng Yuan, the Shadow Sect, or the Celestial Court, they're all after me. Bai Ningbing also had a clear understanding of the situation. Just as Bai Ningbing was about to walk out of the cave, her expression changed. She sensed that most of the wild beasts in one area were like cats that smelled blood. They started to frantically move towards one direction. The bald youngster grinned. "Never mind, Sister Feng, let me help you, let's pick together." The bald youngster said as he started. "Tender, so tender." He picked a few and said. Meng Qiuzhen answered, "These are all fresh, I just picked them today." "Slippery, it's really slippery," the bald youth praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up at him with a frown. "You are touching my hand." Sorry. The bald youngster quickly laughed. Meng Qiuzhen stared. "Then why did you touch?" "It was an accident, an accident," the bald youngster quickly said. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless. He found that he was being teased. "A shameless scoundrel, you dare to tease an innocent girl in broad daylight." The mushroom man Huang Xiaomi could not take it anymore. He shouted. Why are you standing beside my lady Feng?" The bald youngster was furious. He had been staring at Huang Xiaomi for a long time. The two started to argue. Anger was rising. "This is the limitation of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo." Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could inspect the following scene and objects in the dream realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of the dream butterfly would encounter in the dream realm. Because the changes in the dream realm would only occur when the Goo cultivator enters the dream realm for them to interact with the dream realm and produce changes. Before Meng Qiuzhen came here, he had already inspected the bald youngster and 2 clan villages market in the previous scene of the dream realm. But he could not predict what would happen in advance. The two argued intensely in front of Meng Qiuzhen. They were on the verge of fighting. Meng Qiuzhen was about to persuade them, but he suddenly had a thought and shut his mouth. "Oh my, look at my bad temper. Brat, you are asking for a beating." The bald youngster rubbed his head as he gritted his teeth and attacked. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Huang Xiaomi did not back down. He also attacked. The two started to fight. "Stop fighting, stop fighting," Meng Qiuzhen shouted as he retreated rapidly. He was immortal now. He could not resist a Goo master's battle. But thankfully, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they used their Goo cultivation methods. After a few rounds, Huang Xiaomi fell into a disadvantage. He was not the bald youngster's match. "This ruffian is so strong." Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He knew Huang Xiaomi's strength. After all, he had impersonated him in the first and second scenes of the dream realm. But to think that the bald youngster was so strong, he was already suppressing Huang Xiaomi. "Wait, you are not a human, you are a variant human." The bald youngster suddenly shouted. The battle was too intense. Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. "Great, you spy, why did you sneak into my 2 clan village? You must be up to no good." "Haha, I am going to make a huge contribution this time. The bald youngster continued to shout, all of you, attack, he is a mushroom man, there is no need to talk about human morality with him. Shameless and despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was outnumbered. After being captured, he shouted unwillingly. Ha! If you capture me, I will be two clans' hero. The bald youngster laughed as he kicked the immobile Huang Xiaomi. You variant human, just lie there obediently. His cultivation level was higher than Huang Wan, and the latter was ambushed and injured, allowing two clan village head to have the upper hand and control the battle. Two clan villages had purposely pressured Huang Wan to get close to a certain two-clan Gu master. This two-tribe Gu master had unfortunately fallen into Huang Wan's attack range, but his cultivation was only rank 2. Huang Wan did not think much. She struck this two-clan Gu master and killed him on the spot. No! Paradise screamed and subconsciously ran over. It turned out that this two-clan Gu master was his close comrade. They had gone through life and death together many times. Go away, ah le, seeing Le Tu barge in, Huang Wan turned pale with fright. Two-clan village head took the chance to attack, bang bang bang, 3 strikes landed on Huang Wan, causing her to faint on the spot. Mother! Le Tu shouted as he used his body to block two-clan village head's path, protecting Huang Wan behind him. Don't hurt my mother! Killing intent surged in two-clan village head's eyes. Just as he was about to attack, a battle cry resounded from afar. It's the Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader is here too. Two-clan village head squinted as he thought to himself, we did not bring many people this time, they are all elites. It is not worth it to exchange blows with these Mushroom Man army. Furthermore, so what if we win? As long as the Mushroom Man tribe's base is not found, they will not lose. Thinking of this, two-clan village head ordered, retreat. What are you doing? Seeing that two-clan village head was getting closer, the bald young man, Le Tu, asked nervously. Two-clan village head sighed as a gentle expression flashed across his face. Le Tu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all. But your mother is a mushroom man. It's the foreign races. Two-clan village head's voice suddenly rose. Do you want to join the variant humans? Two-clan village head asked again. Le Tu gritted his teeth and did not speak. All these years, how many mushroom men have you killed? Even if you want to join them, will they take you in? Two-clan village head sneered. Le Tu snorted coldly as he stared at two-clan village head. I want my mother to live. If you do anything to her, I will not let you off. Two-clan village head chuckled. You are still protecting your mother now, any later and she will die from her injuries. Le Tu was at a loss. Two-clan village head suddenly attacked, knocking Le Tu unconscious with one palm strike and bringing the mother and son away. Kill these humans. Get Huang Wan back. She knows the secret of the tribe's living area. The Mushroom Man Gu masters chased relentlessly. Meng Qiuzhen, who was acting as Huang Xiaomi, was among them, but he was only cheering them on. He did not do anything. Because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate the next scene. The Mushroom Man Gu master's pursuit was futile. Meng Qiuzhen successfully arrived at the next scene. This time, he became Huang Wan again. He was chained to his shoulder blades, his primeval essence was completely depleted, he had no strength left. In the dark cell, the door was suddenly opened. 2 clan villages had walked in. Meng Qiuzhen squinted. From the previous scene, this was clearly a formidable character. 2 clan villages had laughed, he came prepared. You know my motive, but don't reject me. Let me show you this first. 2 clan villages had took out an information path goo worm. Immediately, a scene floated in the air as it started to appear vividly. In a luxuriously decorated bedroom, 2 clan villages had opened the door and saw Le Tuesday. I heard from my subordinates that you woke up, so I came to see you immediately. My son. 2 clan villages' head had a warm expression. Le Tu was covered in bandages, he stood up from the bed, but his body shook as he sat down on the bed. Fang Yuan's missions were all made through wisdom path deductions. The contents were simple, but they were very meticulous. Be it the difficulty of the missions or the content, they often required the Gu Immortals to cooperate with others. It was hard to complete them alone. This was why the Gu Immortals of the various races cooperated closely. After working together for a long time, they would naturally develop friendship. Thus, in the entire Sovereign Immortal aperture, all the tribes were subtly merging into one. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others were all working together. They were working hard to build their beautiful homes. Very good, Silent Hill has also been settled. The famous mountains are scattered in the mini-5 regions. The number has reached the most basic requirement. We can start constructing the earth vein. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to the relocation of the famous mountains. Now that he found out about the situation at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the earth vein, he had already set up immortal Gu formations in all the important areas of the mini-5 regions. At this moment, Fang Yuan willed as his immortal essence began to be expended intensely, the immortal formations buzzed and activated. The entire mini-5 region started to tremble. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Some of the variant humans living in the different regions were panicking, while others showed expressions of joy. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Most mortal Gu masters did not know what was going on. Master is starting to make a move. Oh heavens, he is making a huge move in the entire mini-5 regions. The Gu immortals sensed the situation and were overjoyed. They felt even more reverence towards Fang Yuan. Rumble. The ground continued to shake. But the tremors were not huge, there were not many losses. An earth vein was being pushed by the Gu formations of various regions. With each famous mountain as the hub, it gradually formed. This earth vein passed through the entire mini-5 regions, covering mini-southern border, mini-central continent, mini-eastern sea, mini-western desert, and Kokidahara. If one looked from above, this earth vein was like an irregular geometric figure. The lines were very simple. It barely covered half of the mini-5 regions. After the earth vein was constructed, the ground calmed down again. All the immortal formations stopped working. They all used immortal materials as the cores. The immortal materials were almost used up, causing many immortal formations to be extremely damaged. They could not be activated again. Fang Yuan started to inspect carefully. He was very patient. After a while, He nodded in satisfaction. Just like the plan, the entire Earth vein was constructed perfectly, there were no mistakes. Of course, this was also because the initial artificial Earth vein structure was very simple, it could even be said to be crude. The tree roots were entangled, resting on a rock. It was like a human's leg resting on a chair. It was very comfortable. Mu Cha Lang received the information path Gu Worm first. He immediately got up. He stretched out a branch and patted Qing Hao Zi. Stop sleeping, the sage has sent an order. Qing Hao Zi was swaying from the pat. It did not fall to the ground. It was woken up by the pat, it straightened its body and floated in the air. To think that it is time for us to move out. Immediately, the two immortals left the mountain, each leading a group of people to the front lines. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Yellow Extremity Jiaohua, who was sitting beside Guy Mei, could not stand it anymore. He urged, "Brother Guy, why don't you make a deduction? This is not just a problem of Yellow Earth Great World strength, it is also Fang Yuan's actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no awareness of being a human at all. What I am worried about now is that he will capture Yellow Earth Great World's indigenous Gu Immortals, or even Celestial Court's indigenous Gu Immortals as captives, before keeping them in his sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited variant humans as his subordinates. He did not reject anyone. In my opinion, it is very likely that he will do that. In that case, we might ruin Master's plan." Jiao Hua urged. He sounded like he was trying to persuade Guy Mei, but Guy Mei still shook his head. He smiled. "Actually, we don't need to worry too much. We are worried, but isn't Celestial Court worried as well? Why don't we look at Celestial Court's actions? Celestial Court has star constellation Immortal Venerable guarding it. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Her deductions are definitely more accurate than mine." Jiao Hua's expression froze. Even so, Celestial Court has deduced that they will gain the upper hand. If we use their actions as a reference, we will fall behind again. I am not one of them. Guy Mei rolled his eyes. He sprawled on the table and went back to sleep. Jiao Hua, Bing Sichuan, and the rest stared at him, but he pretended not to notice. Charge with me. Chase these guys back. Kill." Thousands of Gu masters fought on the ground. The battle lines were uneven, blood flowed everywhere. In the sky, that was the battlefield of the Gu Immortals. More than 10 Gu Immortals fought in a chaotic battle. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Master Army launched a counterattack. But in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals were still suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World Sage had already descended. The Gu Masters could activate their courage, but in a battle between Gu Immortals, just a moment of determination could not make up for the difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Gu Immortals than Green Lotus Great World. There was no helping it. The three great worlds were created one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but this great world had a lot of internal strife. Green Lotus Great World was second, Yellow Earth Great World was last. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the last venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had few goo immortals to begin with. They were also being targeted by the other two great worlds. Their goo immortal battle strength dwindled. They were in a terrible situation. Our sage is here. There is still hope. I want to protect Yellow Earth Great World. I want to protect my home. Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortals shouted and encouraged each other. He could only slow down his charge and come to Mu Cha-Lang's side. Under Mu Cha-Lang's healing killer move, Qing Haozi's condition continued to recover. It is all thanks to you, old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Cha-Lang said enviously, I am only skilled in this aspect. I am very envious of you killing so many enemies. But don't charge too much and forget to defend yourself. These Yellow Earth Goo immortals are retaliating before death. If you get hit, you will not feel good either. Don't worry. Qing Haozi raised his bamboo tail. I will try to kill 4 people. Sai, take it easy. Leave a few for me to kill. Qing Haozi suddenly shouted as he entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of goo immortals flew over from the horizon. The leader was the Snowman Rank 8 Goo Immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage Guyue Fang Yuan. We are here to reinforce and kill the Green Lotus Goo Immortals. The Goo Immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were in a precarious situation. They were overjoyed to see a chance of survival. Meanwhile, the Green Lotus Goo Immortals' hearts started to pound. There was no helping it. Including Mu Cha-Lang and Qing Haozi, there were only 8 of them. But there were more than 20 Goo Immortals here. And there were 9 rank 8 Goo Immortals among them. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Cha-Lang, Qing Haozi, and Old Forest Fungus had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't there too many Goo Immortals here? Mu Cha-Lang gritted his teeth as he shouted, Don't be scared by the numbers. Who knows what will happen in a real battle? Green Lotus Goo Immortals became energized. That's right, cultivation level was only one aspect of battle strength. Only by fighting could one see the details. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated, how could they face the sages on the sacred mountain? Green Lotus Goo Immortals abandoned the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals and faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group. Immortal Killer Move, Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move, Falling Boulder. Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Refinement Life. Immortal Killer Move, Layered 5 Poison. Boom 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 boom. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals who were abandoned opened their mouths as they watched in shock. At the moment of the battle, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves created a huge commotion that shook heaven and earth. Green Lotus side also used killer moves, but not only were they inferior in quantity, their power was also inferior. In just one round of battle, Green Lotus Goo Immortals were completely defeated. Retreat, retreat quickly. Old Forest Fungus shouted. How can this be? They have so many rank 8 Immortal Goo. Qing Haozi shouted. He was a rank 8 Goo Immortal long ago, but he had never possessed a rank 8 Immortal Goo. In fact, he had only seen 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo in his life. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied. He chided, Don't attack so recklessly, it is a waste, do you understand? Most of the internal energy is used up, less than 30% is used on the enemies. Find your targets one by one, don't let anyone escape. Even though the first round of battle was huge, there was too much internal energy. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, Green Lotus Goo Immortals managed to survive. But the results of the first round were huge too. Because Green Lotus Goo Immortals were already scared out of their wits, it was their turn to retreat. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side had more people. They immediately spread out and surrounded them. The battle began again. Green Lotus Goo Immortals were soon beaten to a sorry state. They were in a pathetic state. These Goo Immortals have too many immortal goo. Qing Hao Zi shouted. At the same time, he agreed with Fang Yuan's decision. They were already the weakest. With such a force, they had to catch up and make up for the gap. Savage Wilderness Great World. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Sichuan looked at the information path Immortal Goo on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fang Yuan's force is so powerful. He Lu Biao and Shueli are both rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, but they died so easily. But now, Fang Yuan's two groups have gathered and are attacking Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying this, Bing Sichuan let out a breath of air. He felt some joy in his heart. Thankfully, he did not send more troops earlier. Now, Celestial Court sent more troops. They offended Fang Yuan and his army went to find trouble with them. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Since you came to me, you must be very confident in your own strength. But let me remind you, even though I, Chen Cheng, am a lone cultivator, I have roamed northern plains for so many years, I naturally have trump cards that no one knows about. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master. Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. Everyone says that you are a pure sincerity immortal who acts according to your nature. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Let's fight. Qin Cheng was furious. No matter who you are, Qin Cheng, will have a taste of your strength today. At the next moment, thunder rumbled as a battle between two immortals began. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Ichuanqiu was in charge of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Swish, swish, swish. The water in the pool rose and fell, giving off an intoxicating sound like waves. A rank 8 immortal goo quickly formed and landed in He Chunqiu's hands. Good, all the rank 8 immortal goo that were lost have been refined. He Chunqiu nodded slightly, very satisfied with this progress. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had one of regret pool's abilities. Any immortal goo that was successfully refined would have a success mark left behind. When the immortal goo is destroyed, for elements square regret blood refinement pool would use the power of the tributary of the river of time and the success mark left behind to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate would be even higher than refining a rank 8 immortal goo normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced back Fang Yuan's subordinates, Lu Wei-yin felt regret over the loss of immortal goo. But he did not know that Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably high. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal goo that were lost. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with his refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Over these days, the three great worlds had been peaceful, the flames of war had subsided, there was a short period of peace. Since it was not the time to fight yet, Fang Yuan used this chance to comprehend the profundities of this place. Fang Yuan had already inspected Paradise Earth's tomb, it was filled with Dao marks, the structure was profound and huge, it could not be deciphered in a short period of time. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the big and small worlds themselves, he wanted to comprehend the refinement path profundities contained in them. Sage, Savage Wilderness Great World's envoy wishes to meet you. Right at this time, a yellow earth goo immortal came forward and reported respectfully. It is Bing Sai Chuan. Lu Wei-yin also came over, bringing more accurate information. Fang Yuan smiled. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. The defeat of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fang Yuan's plan. Even though Celestial Court had lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated Celestial Court's foundation. Celestial Court placed great importance on Crazed Demon Cave, even Divine Emperor City had come. Could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Celestial Court? In the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court and Fang Yuan controlled the three great worlds, Celestial Court was the absolute leader. In the contest between the three, it was natural for the weak to resist the strong. Moreover, Bing Sai Chuan had come to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War, thus, after Lu Wei-yin and the rest returned, Fang Yuan had been patiently waiting for Bing Sai Chuan's envoy. But this time, Bing Sai Chuan, one of the four Desolation Immortals, actually came personally. This showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Bing Sai Chuan smiled. But some goo cultivators persisted. Because of this, the goo cultivators' aptitude and comprehension, as well as their personal experience, started to differentiate. But in Qin Ding Ling's group, some people started to shake and sweat appeared on their foreheads, but most of the local goo immortals of Green Lotus Dao Field had already fainted. Even though these mutants became goo immortals, humans still have the most intelligence. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself. After some observation, she had a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of Green Lotus Dao Field's goo immortals. When Qin Ding Ling and the rest started to falter, the other goo cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Tsang Shui fainted, Zhou Xiong Xen also fainted, Jun Shenguang followed closely behind. Eventually, only 3 members of Celestial Court were left. They were Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and Gue Fangjing. Brother! Gue Fangjing's eyes were bloodshot, he cried out as he fainted. Not long later, Qin Ding Ling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself. As expected of the creator of Weapon Path. How could I have misjudged him? Fairy Yushio suddenly had a surprised expression. Her gaze moved away from Che Wei and landed on a meteorite at the foot of the mountain. This meteorite was huge like an elephant, it was also a goo immortal. It had already fallen into a semi-conscious state earlier, but even Fairy Yushio did not expect that there was some kind of power accumulated inside the meteorite. Until now, when this mysterious power reached its limit, the quantity caused a qualitative change. Rumble! With a loud sound, the meteorite exploded, golden light shot everywhere. From the dazzling golden light, a stone monkey flew out. The stone monkey landed on the ground, scratching its ears and cheeks as it jumped around, shouting, "Amazing, truly amazing!" Che Wei could not hold on any longer, he fainted. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression became even more surprised. This stone monkey was nurtured by heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. Its aptitude and comprehension actually surpass Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely become someone great in the future. Amazing, amazing. What a pity, what a pity. Fairy Yu Xiu sighed repeatedly. She said, amazing, because she was praising Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave and deduced new Heaven Path Dao marks for over 1,000,000 years. The results were huge. The stone monkey in front of him was proof. This stone monkey's potential and aptitude actually surpassed the members of Celestial Court. It defeated Che Wei. If this stone monkey could be nurtured and grew up, it might be able to create its own path in the future. But this stone monkey was destined to have a tragic ending. It would not live for long. It was destined to become Limitless Demon Venerable's sacrifice. Celestial Court could not contain it. Because it was a variant, it was not a pure human. This was also the reason why Fairy Yu Xiu said, what a pity. The stone monkey lasted for a few minutes before it fell to the ground, fainting. Fairy Yu Xiu stopped her killer move and started to rest. Even though she did not expend her attainment level, the price of using this move was very high. Be it thoughts, immortal essence, or lifespan, they were all expended. Not long later, the Gu Immortals woke up. They cheered uncontrollably. Their attainment levels rose. The problems of killer moves or immortal Gu remnant recipes that troubled them in the past were all solved. Many Gu Immortals created new methods to modify old killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for your Dao teachings. Sage's Dao teachings are immeasurable. The Gu Immortals knelt down. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. Her voice spread throughout Book Mountain and out, shaking the whole of Green Lotus World. 3 days later, I will teach at the peak of Book Mountain again.